that this is not the rarest of rare category case. Remember, there were deliberations and arguments in the court with respect to the nature of the case being a rarest of rare category, which is only when a death penalty, a death capital punishment is sentenced to any convict in this nature of a crime. So the minimum punishment is that of life imprisonment and the maximum that of being capital punishment. And Sanjay Roy has now been sentenced to life imprisonment by the Sessions Court in Kolkata, and he is also been fined with 50,000 rupees, as penalty at this point. So this is definitely a final case closing verdict on the RG Kaur rape and murder case. Remember, on August 9th, 31-year-old trainee doctor was brutally raped and murdered within the hospital premises in Kolkata.
Absolutely. Well, this is a big judgment now coming in this case. The quantum of punishment now has been awarded to the convict in the case. Life imprisonment has been given to Sanjay Roy. Any option that is left with the accused here? Could he go to the higher courts?
Well, he could definitely. However, in this case, it does seem like the final verdict lies with the Sessions Court here, because the case happened in Kolkata as well. So it falls under the domain of the Kolkata Sessions Court only, the Sialda court that we're talking about, wherein the judge has given this verdict at this point. It, of course, remains to be seen whether or not the defense, which is Sanjay Roy and his lawyers, his counsel, plan on challenging this verdict or not. But as of now, what remains final in this is that he's been sent to life imprisonment in the case. Remember, there were also arguments going on in the court about possibility of reformation with respect to Sanjay Roy. So death penalty is given only when there is zero scope for reformation. And in this case, since there is life imprisonment that has been, the quantum of punishment in the case, we can possibly assume from that there may be some sort of reform that may come around on the minds with respect to Sanjay Roy.
Who all have been present inside the court when the judgment was delivered. We do believe Sanjay Roy's family has not been coming to meet him. They've disowned him, and they were actually quite upset by the turn of events that had taken place in the case. Who all have been present?
Well, definitely the parents of the deceased, both the mother and father, have been present at the court, and they have also been speaking to the media, and they've said that they have their own beliefs, of course, that and they claim that they believe that, Sanjay Roy is not the only conspirator in this case. They believe that more people were involved, and they also believe that CBI investigation should have brought out the other people who, perpetrators who were involved. However, the court, of course, relies on evidence, and the evidence in the investigation by the CBI points towards Sanjay Roy, which is on the basis of which the judge has come to the verdict of life imprisonment for him. Both the parents of the deceased have spoken and said that they, at the end of the day, will accept the decision taken by the court of law, and that they believe in the judicial system of the country.
Well, the accused has been saying, he's been pleading innocence, and has been saying that he was framed, he was not given a chance to speak. But we do believe the judge, before awarding the punishment to the accused, had given a chance for him to speak. The judge also had said that I had given you almost an entire day to present your view, but on the basis of the evidence and the facts that have been presented in front of me, I find you guilty. And now the quantum of punishment, of course, has been announced. What really happened in the court today? Take us through the details. What really transpired there?
So the proceedings in the court, as you also mentioned, Kitty, went exactly like that. The judge gave the opportunity to Sanjay Roy also to present his views on the punishment herein, as is, due process. And the parents of the deceased also said that outside of court, he did mention that he's being falsely implicated and that he is being framed here. He's not the accused person in this case. However, within court, he has not really really said anything. He was produced in the witness box as well, and he just said that he's being framed. So earlier outside the court, he did mention about an IPS official, but no mention of such a person came up in court again. And what remains at this point, final verdict is that he's being given life imprisonment.
All right. The convict Sanjay Roy is expected to be brought out of the court any time now. We'll keep an eye on the developments taking place on this big story that we're tracking. Thank you so much, Tanushka, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later for more on that. Meanwhile, that's the big breaking news that's coming in at the moment. CBI had asked for death sentence to be awarded to the accused in the case, but the court has said that this is not the rarest of rare case and has awarded life imprisonment to the convict. It's time for a quick break here. More news and updates continue on the other side.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
Well, I'm in Altadena. This is one of the worst hit areas. When disaster strikes, NDTV World brings you exclusive on-the-ground reports straight from the heart of the action.
A neighborhood in Los Angeles that has been devastated by fire.
I just received an emergency alert extreme, which has come on my phone.
Stay tuned for NDTV World's in-depth coverage as we bring you the real stories from Los Angeles.
This is the Altadena area, and there are still fires, and there's a lot of smoke in the area. These houses completely gutted.
This is reporting that matters only on NDTV World.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The verdict is out in the Arjikar rape and murder case. Sanjay Roy has been given life imprisonment. Kolkata High Court, Kolkata Sessions Court says not rarest of rare cases. CBI and family demanded death sentence for Sanjay Roy. Donald Trump has promised he will make heads spin. On his first day back in office, Trump likely to sign 100 executive orders. He vows to impose harsh immigration limits. A 26-year-old student is shot dead in US. He is killed in Washington, D.C. The crime scene of the place where Saif Ali Khan was attacked will be recreated. Accused to be taken to the crime scene. So far as Saif is concerned, he will not get discharged today. However, the doctors say that he is recovering. In Indian pacer Mohammad Shami is back after an injury break. He is bowling at full tilt ahead of the T20 series versus England that starts on Wednesday. And here's a big breaking story of the hour. Sanjay Roy, who has been convicted of raping and murdering a junior doctor at the RG Medical College and Hospital in Kolkata, has been sentenced to life imprisonment by Sealdah court. In fact, the court noted that it was not the rarest of the rare cases. Sanjay Roy, a former civic volunteer with the Kolkata police, was in court when the sentence was announced. The victim's family and CBI had asked for death sentence to the alleged rapist and murderer. However, now the court has given him a life sentence, life in prison, and a fine of 50,000 rupees, calling it not a rarest of rare case. I'm joined by my colleague Saurabh Gupta for more on this. Saurabh, I believe the parents of the victim will not be happy with this, with the verdict coming out. Neither will CBI be. Are you hearing that this is going to be further appealed to a higher court?
Well, it's a natural progression of the legal process that it will go to the High Court, and the parents are likely to push for the death penalty in the High Court. And the court, of course, the Federal Court, trial court here, felt that the case was not in the rarest of rare category. That is something that the judge said very clearly in the courtroom before announcing the sentence. And the sentence is, of course, there are several charges, so he's got life imprisonment on all three charges, along with fines, 50,000 rupee fines, and then, of course, if he can't pay the fine, then that sentence also goes up, which means that he will spend a lifetime in jail till his death. But this is not the death penalty that, there was a lot of demand from, not just from the legal sort of teams in the case of the prosecution and from the victim's family, but also from society at large, including the Chief Minister of West Bengal, including political parties, all have demanded, the death penalty. However, for the death penalty to be awarded in law, there are very strict provisions. Now, many believe that it fell into the rarest of rare category because of the heinous, brutal and horrific nature of the crime. But also there were legal voices which said that this is a case that largely rested on circumstantial evidence. Apart from the forensic, the electronic, the CCTV, all of that. So considering the evidence before the court, and the judge made it clear that I have to consider the evidence, and based on the evidence only before me. This was, he said earlier in the day. So obviously when the sentencing arguments were taking place, but the quantum of
बांग्ला में हम बोल रहे हैं आपके सबके लिए ज्यादा से ज्यादा ओके বাংলা আমি আপনাদেরকে জানাচ্ছি এই মুহূর্তে অ্যাডিশনাল ডিস্ট্রিক্ট এবং সেশন জাজ শিয়ালদা 1 নম্বর কোর্ট তিনি আরজি কর কাণ্ডের মূল অভিযুক্ত সঞ্জয় রায়ের ব্যাপারে তার সাজার মেয়াদ ঘোষণা করেছে। গত 18 জানুয়ারি 2025 সঞ্জয় রায়কে সেখানে দোষী সাব্যস্ত করেছিল বিএনএস অ্যাক্টের 64, 66 এবং 103 এক ধারায় 3টে দোষ সেকশনে আজকের যে সাজার মেয়াদ ঘোষণা করেছেন এই মুহূর্তে সাজার মেয়াদ বিএনএস এর 64 ধারায় অর্থাৎ রেপ ধর্ষণের জন্য তাকে যাবজ্জীবন কারাবাস এবং ফাইন একই সঙ্গে 66 ধারায় যে ধর্ষণ এবং ধর্ষণের সময় তাকে যে আঘাত যাতে মৃত্যু হতে পারে সেই কারণে বিএনএস এর 66 ধারায় আমৃত্যু কারাবাস এবং 103 এর এক ধারায় অর্থাৎ খুন বা মার্ডারের জন্য তাকে যাবজ্জীবন কারাবাস এবং ফাইন করা হয়েছে। একইভাবে স্টেটকে নির্দেশ দিয়েছে ভিকটিমের পরিবারকে 10 লক্ষ এবং 7 লক্ষ মোট 17 লক্ষ টাকা ভিকটিমের পরিবারকে ক্ষতিপূরণ দেওয়ার জন্য। हम हिंदी में बोल रहे हैं जो आपका एडिशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट और सेशन जज शियालदा 1 नंबर कोर्ट आज आरजीकर कांडों का जो अभियुक्त संजय राय उनको जो सजा का म्याद सुनाया वो सजा का म्याद दिया। बीएनएस का जो 64 है 64 में जो रेप के बारे में उनका जो जाबज्जीवन अर्थात जाबज्जीवन उनका सजा दिया उसके साथ फाइन किया। 66 जो है रेप एवं उसी टाइम में जो टॉर्चर के बारे में उनका डेथ हुआ, इसलिए उनका अमृत्यु जब तक जिंदा रहेगा तब तक उनको जेल में रहने होगा। एक ही साथ उनको फाइन भी किया और 103 का एक जो BNS एक्ट है वो उसके बारे में जो मर्डर है उसके बारे में उसके लिए उनका जाबोजीवन कारावास का सजा सुनाया। एक ही साथ में फाइन भी किया। एक ही साथ में स्टेट को गवर्नमेंट को डायरेक्शन दिया लॉर्ड एडिशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेशन जज 1 नंबर शियाला कोर्ट जो 10 लाख को 10 lakhs and 7 lakhs टोटल 17 lakhs उनका फैमिली को देने होगा एज पर क्षतिपूरण विक्टिम फैमिली को लिए। कैपिटल पनिशमेंट हम लोग मांगा था CBI का तरफ से और फैमिली का तरफ से, फिर भी कोर्ट जो बोला ये रेयरेस्ट मैटर नहीं है, इसलिए हम फांसी का सजा नहीं सुना रहे। हम उनके अमृत्यु कारावास 66 के बारे में और 64 and 103(1) के BNS एक्ट के बारे में उनका जाबोजीवन कारावास का उनका घोषणा दिया कोर्ट। एडवोकेट अनीशुर रहमान, हम एडवोकेट है इधर का, हम एडवोकेट अनीशुर रहमान है।
Well, at this point, I'm joined by Dr. Ranjana Kumari, a woman activist and chairperson of Women Power Connect. I'm also joined by Sanjay Sahai, former IPS officer. Let me go over to Ranjana. Ranjana, you know, your first reaction to Sanjay Roy, the alleged murderer and rapist of the medical student, has been given life imprisonment.
I think we welcome the punishment, but two things. One, of course, we welcome that this was really done in a very, very quick process. We didn't have to wait for years to get this judgment. And this is something we really appreciate local court for they have done this. But you know, CBI has failed to prove that this was rarest of the rare. Wherever and her body was brutalized, she was killed, she was murdered, raped and murdered. So this is certainly comes under the category of rarest of rare. But, you know, this is the failure of the investigation agency, which could not really present the investigation report in a manner in which court should have been convinced of the seriousness of this whole crime. However, the swift punishment and a punishment for whole life in jail is something that we really appreciate, that whatever they could prove, at least quickly they have punished. But second thing also, I want the local bureaucracy and also the police to ensure that this man never comes out of jail. Because, you know, what happens after a few years, it'll be out of mind for everyone, and he may get bailed for, you know, for whatever reason that he can present to. And then, you know, there is risk of such people coming out and committing crime. We have seen it has happened in the past. So I only hope that it will be ensured that he doesn't come out of jail for any till last day of his life.
Let me also go over to Mrs. Sanjay Sahai, a former IPS officer. Mrs. Sahai, do you agree that CBI has not been able to build a case to call it a rarest or rare occurrence?
I think the CBI tried it level best to make it as the rarest of rare cases and plugging all the loopholes on account of the scientific investigation and the reports thereof, and going through a large number of evidences and circumstantial evidence also. Might be in the first few days, some of the evidence was lost out. We are not very sure about it. And the second and the most important thing, that however best the evidence is produced in the court, it depends on the judgment of the judge who is there, how he evaluates the evidence which is provided to him. To best of my understanding, to the concerned presiding officer, the judge, so it was not sufficient enough to be called rarest of rare cases. There is a subjectivity which certainly lies with the judge, and that subjectivity is used. We are very happy about the fact that it has happened in a predictable manner, and there's life imprisonment which has been awarded to him. So beyond that, it will be very difficult to comment on the judgment part of it, on the capital punishment.
Part of the investigation, there is a severe laches which we pointed out in our argument, and today is the result of such a investigation, whereby we always prayed for the highest level of punishment.
But the learned court has given the life sentence of the accused person, and we have pointed out the latches of the investigation that created a confusion in the mind of the learned court. That is the reflection of the judgment.
By the
Later,
means of confusion, this judgment has come.
later the judgment will come, the copy of judgment, and the elaborate part of it will explain as soon as we get the copy. Thank you.
The parents has denied the compensation, but the court has stated it that the compensation is not such a compensation that the court is giving. It is the liability of the state. It is the liability of the state which was supposed to give. The parents are partially happy, and the main point is that the parents wanted to convey before this learned court through us that yes, there are discrepancies in this investigating procedure. So we have pointed that out, and the state has been reflected in the judgment. That is what. হ্যাঁ বলছি অবশ্যই অ্যাপিলের প্রভিশন খোলা আছে এবং the court has specifically stated that liability of state is to give protection to the daughter when she was on duty. So এই কারণে এই যে কম্পেনসেশনটা দেওয়া হয়েছে সেই কম্পেনসেশনের পার্টটা ইজ অফ ফর দিস.
Well, the lawyer is also saying that the judgment is open to appeal. Let me go over to Dr. Aparna Mohanta, who is a general physician. She has been protesting against this gruesome crime. Your first reaction, Dr. Mohanta?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me on the show. Today the verdict is out, but very sadly, justice is still lagging far, far behind. There's no rejoice and cheer today in the verdict. The compensation of 17 lakh, which the government of West Bengal is liable to pay, does not account for the gruesome murder that had been committed while the girl, the postgraduate trainee, was on duty. Having said that, I would make it brief. The world is watching as much as we, the common man, is watching too, the pillars of democracy. Let them rise up to the common man's aspirations. We are very tired and weary of all the rhetorics, the political, the social, the media, the judicial, all the rhetorics. We want the justice to be delivered in tandem with the verdict and not in bits and pieces. Today is no rejoice and cheer for us.
Dr. Mohanta, you have been very close to what was happening on ground. One of the things that Sanjay Roy, the accused, has constantly said that he is not the only one involved in this, and he constantly kept repeating that he hasn't committed the crime, but there are other people who are involved in it. Being so close to the action, do you also think that there are other people who have got off because of lack of evidence that CBI has failed to build?
Yeah, of course. I'm such a small person in the cog in the wheel. The entire nation believes. Anybody with a little bit of intelligence cannot put their hand on their heart and say, no, this was just Sanjay Roy who happened to be the criminal of the entire proceedings. Never. I don't believe. And being a very, law-abiding citizen, I cannot question, because I have been trained right from my school. My parents, my system, everybody has conditioned me not to question the system. But then we can't only do and die, right? Neither the child deserve to do and die. Let the judiciary rise up. Let it deliver justice and verdict in tandem. Let us all rejoice then. Let it be like that. Yeah. I can't add on more apart from that.
Mrs. Sahai, would you like to react to what Dr. Aparna is saying?
What Dr. Aparna is saying holds good in a variety of ways. What is important is the total degradation of administration and art taken, and how that facilitated into this crime happening. I say it is a matter of conjecture for us, but it should not remain a matter of conjecture for investigation. And even on that fateful night, mostly this person was drunk. He joined as a police volunteer. What is the background investigation which has been done? And the nature of administration provided by the medical superintendent, which is all known and it is out there in the public domain. the five persons' DNA which was there on the victim, plus 68 people who have been there in the video footages, I think certainly little more needs to be done so as to prove it to the world that this is, see, there has to be finality in it. There is nobody denying the fact that whatever has happened so far and the way CBI got into the scene and made a case of it and has successfully handled it for the main accused of the case in a very short period of time and got life imprisonment, if not capital punishment. That is certainly very, very praiseworthy, and it goes to the credit of the CBI. But not denying what they have given in this particular case. Certainly, there are some loose ends. These loose ends we have been talking about from day one of the case. I have been appearing on large number of TV panels in those days for nearly 2 months. And the way state government actually appeared on the scene, and I think their demeanor was also not to the mark of a government which controls the police and which takes the responsibility of investigation. To best of my understanding, and certainly all of us are conditioned not to differ with whatever government says, what the judiciary says, and what the top investigating agency in the country says. But there is also, I think, some amount of background understanding and a narrative by which we are forced to question quite a few things, given the present nature of things, the way they are happening.
Right.
So I think it would be a very pleasant situation if the Supreme Court of India gives a chance for a High Court monitored investigation with regards to all other allegations. We can call it allegations as of now. All other allegations leveled by the parents and more so the mother of the victim. I think certainly, see, the end of the day, why an investigation happens, why a trial happens, it is the closure. Why do we do final rights of people? We do it because there's a closure to life. So the criminal case, it needs a closure. It's not that it is the logical, legal culmination of something. It is logical, legal culmination of a crime which has happened by which the whole society has been perturbed. So that has to be laid to rest. If that is not laid to rest, it does not make any sense whatsoever. So that is broadly, that is my thought, and I've got into a variety of this, from the technical, legal, governance, scientific investigation, literally any and every point of view.
Mr. Sahai, hold your thought. We are going to come back to you. At this moment, let me go over to my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who joins us from outside the Sessions Court in Sealdah. Saurabh, tell us about the sentiments that you're picking up on ground. There was widespread anger. Kolkata rose against such a gruesome crime. Would people on the street be satisfied? I'm not talking about happy. Be satisfied with this verdict today?
Yeah, absolutely not. You know, there was a sentiment that this was a case that deserved the death penalty, at least amongst the general public. We're not getting into the legal formalities and the legal arguments of it. The legal arguments have been made within the courtroom, and the court has decided based on the legal arguments. And the court was very clear in its reasoning as to why it felt this was not in the rarest of rare categories. Those are reasonings that would be perhaps even more clearer once the certified copy of the judgment is out later in the evening. However, we see protests just on the other side from where I am that are taking place, and this will further perhaps generate more protests, given the fact that many believe that this was a case that fell into the rarest of rare category and that was deserving of the death penalty. However, like I said, that is a general sentiment. Legal process and legal arguments are very different. They take place in, ideally in a situation where, it is only the evidence that comes before the court that is considered. And you cannot, of course, expect, judges to be swayed by public opinion. Judges will decide based on the evidence before them. That is exactly what the judge said this afternoon while hearing the arguments on the quantum of sentencing. And therefore, the judge, once he came out at 2:45 to deliver the sentence, he said that this is a case which, in my opinion, does not fall in the rarest of rare category. And I must also add, on the part of the defense lawyers also during the quantum of sentencing argument quoted some very important Supreme Court judgments, quoted some very important precedents in law that would obviously be, towards life imprisonment and not the death penalty. And those arguments also were important. In fact, if I can just try and read out some of those arguments, which perhaps also would have gone in favor of the accused in terms of the life imprisonment. And those arguments are very clear. And those arguments were in the sense of multiple points. One is, of course, whether the doors of reformation have been completely closed or not before someone can be removed completely forever from society. And that is by the death penalty. Because the death penalty is something that is given when a court believes that there is no case of reformation here. And of course, the prosecution said that this was, a rarest of rare category, the brutality of the crime, the fact that the young lady postgraduate trainee was, at a government hospital providing service to the poorest of the poor. And this is when it happened. But the defense said that there has to be evidence as to why reformation is not possible when you award death penalty. The court said, Supreme Court says when you're praying for death penalty, you have to provide the evidence of reformation is not possible. Death sentence is to be given when all doors are closed. There has to be evidence on record on zero scope of reformation. There is the doctrine of residual doubt. This is a legal doctrine that often is made, and a legal doctrine that's used in arguments when there is a quantum of sentencing. And the quality of evidence has to be higher for the death penalty, even if it is enough for conviction. And also if there is lingering uncertainty beyond reasonable doubt and absolute certainty, then death penalty is often commuted. And there is a NLU Delhi report on this, which was also quoted by, the defense lawyers. This is a report this is the first of its kind. It is by the National Law University in Delhi. And then, of course, the defense ended its argument saying, therefore, the court may consider alternate punishment apart from the death penalty. These arguments seem to have stuck in court. These arguments seem to have had an impression on the court while arriving at its decision to award the life sentence. Also, when we were speaking to lawyers in the past, one of the things that they kept saying was that eyewitnesses in terms of, someone seeing the accused commit a crime. It was all electronic evidence, it was forensic evidence, it was evidence that was gathered at the spot. But many believe that perhaps even if it secures a conviction, it's not enough to secure a death penalty, given that doctrine of residual, what I was saying, as the defense lawyers argued, that there was the doctrine of residual doubt. So obviously, these are legal arguments that have been made in court, and these legal arguments seem to have stuck outside the court. There are legal processes inside the court. There is a public opinion outside the court. When it comes to the public opinion and the general public sentiment outside the court, it is very clear that everyone believed this was a fit case for death penalty and not life imprisonment, as the court has decided. But again, the court has to work on the basis of evidence. That is something the court made it very clear. It will act only and only on the basis of evidence presented before the court. And no matter what the public sentiment is, the court seems to have gone by the evidence before it and decided on life imprisonment, along with fines.
Right. I'll also have to ask you about that one, information, I would say, that the accused has been constantly saying that he had not done the crime and there are many other people involved. He also mentioned that an IPS officer knows everything and he's not being allowed to talk much. What are we really picking up on those, on those accounts? Are they all fictional, or there is some weightage to what he is saying in the court?
Well, let's first tackle the question that you had in, opportunities in court to argue his case. The accused the court has heard him for 3 hours on one day. That's something the court made it clear. The court has given him ample and every opportunity to make his point in court. And that is something the court has considered. while arriving at the verdict and also during the quantum of sentencing. So no accused will ever say, I am guilty, I did it. Accused will always try and evade responsibility for any crime committed by the accused. But in this case, what many also argued was that that perhaps it's important because also even more important because the victim's family seems to be also going by that argument that there could be involvement of others, that there are allegations of a cover-up. However, at this point, again, we must remember that the CBI is the investigating agency. The Kolkata police initially invested the case, and the CBI presented all the evidence, and the evidence was not weak. The evidence was pretty strong in the court. And based on that, the accused has been tried, he has been held guilty by the court, and then he has been sentenced. So obviously, if the evidence was all wrong, then the accused wouldn't have been, convicted. So the evidence is there. However, what is missing, or what the parents say is missing, or what several political parties have alleged, is that there could be involvement of others, but the evidence on public domain after months of investigation do not seem to suggest that. That does not mean that there could be no evidence. It is still an ongoing investigation when it comes to the charge of destruction of evidence. The CBI has made it very clear. So it's an ongoing investigation in certain areas. The evidence that has been presented in court is against Sanjay Roy, whom the police and the CBI maintain in the charge sheet that he is the one who committed the crime. And he has been tried on the basis of that evidence, and he has been convicted, and he has been sentenced to life imprisonment.
Well, Saurabh, we will keep tracking this story very closely with you. We'll of course have to wait and see whether CBI appeals to a higher court or not. This judgment is open to appeal, so lots of different layers of the case will perhaps also unveil before us over the next few hours. We will get to know more and get our viewers all that we know about this story. For now, we know that the accused in Kolkata rape and murder case, Sanjay Roy, has been subjected to life imprisonment, and he'll have to pay up a penalty of 50,000 rupees. He escaped death penalty in this Arjikar rape and murder case. With that, a quick break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges, from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
Welcome back. Donald Trump will return to the White House as the new US president almost 4 years after he pledged to return to the US Capitol in some form after the infamous riots of January 2021. The inauguration will take place at 10:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Trump, whose first term lasted from 2017 to 2021, had refused to attend the inauguration of Joe Biden, who defeated him in 2020. He left Washington for Florida ahead of the ceremony, vowing that he will come back in some form. Trump has broken with precedent and invited several foreign leaders to the ceremony. Historically, they have not attended the inauguration due to security concerns and have sent diplomats instead. Argentina's president, a strong supporter of Trump, has said that he will attend according to reports. Italian Prime Minister has said that she hopes to attend as well. Chinese president is not attending despite an invitation but is sending a senior envoy. Trump advisor Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, Jeff Bezos, executive chairman of Amazon, and Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta Platforms, are also attending. Hours before he will be sworn into office, Donald Trump has promised to sign a host of executive orders on his first day as president. These include those related to immigration, border security, energy and governance. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar says that the inauguration of US President Donald Trump, which he will attend, could have profound consequences for the global order, spelling out some of the challenges and opportunities India could face over the next 4 years. The incoming Trump administration, in fact, could impact India, particularly when it comes to trade and immigration rules. An Indian student from Hyderabad, Teja Ravi, has been shot dead in Washington, D.C. He has reportedly been shot dead at a gas station. He went to US in 2022 to pursue a master's degree. My colleague Uma Sudhir has more.
So 26-year-old Ravi Teja had gone to the US in 2022 to pursue a master's degree, and he was at a gas station in Washington, D.C. when this shooting incident has taken place, in which his life has been lost, and his family, which stays in Hyderabad, Chaitanya Puri, they have been informed, and obviously they are devastated, and the father says this kind of a fate should not befall anyone, because anyone who's going to the US is going with those dreams of a good life in America, and the dollar dream is there, and then for something so unfortunate to happen is something that has shocked the neighborhood and the country itself, because huge numbers of students in fact go every year, and it's only in 23-24 that India in fact surpassed every other nation to send the highest number of students to the US. More than 3.31 lakh students go from India to the US. More than any other country, it's the Indians who are in the highest numbers, and the Telugu states as well go in huge numbers. And just in 2024, I must point out that there have been as many as 11 deaths of students in the US, and out of them at least 8, and this is the 9th incident where you are talking about an unnatural death. In some of those cases, it has not been very clearly established what happened, but many of them are also unnatural deaths, and therefore the concern among families here about students going to the US to pursue higher studies and becoming victim of violence there. Back to you.
Time now for a quick break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers.
Bollywood actor Saif Ali Khan's stabbing case, the suspected is expected to be taken to the residence of the actor in Bandra to recreate the crime scene today. More details of the crime have emerged. As per sources, the police were able to nab the accused after he had made a UPI payment at a stall in Worli for food. His number was traced to Thane by the cops. He had gone to Thane after Worli. Now, do remember the Mumbai police was granted 5 days police custody of Mohammad Shariful Islam Shehzad. The police is still investigating the case. As per the accused reportedly entered the house through a broken grill in the bathroom window of Jahangir's room and escaped the same way.
First, that we're very, very happy that he's recovering well, and we're very thankful, and we feel very blessed and grateful that it wasn't any worse. And thank you for all your wishes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, story on the upcoming Delhi election. The BJP and Aam Aadmi Party are at it again with new posters. BJP has taken the Ghoshna Mantri jibe at Kejriwal. Aap asks, who's the BJP's groom as far as Delhi is concerned?
मनीष जी 13, 15, 20 अभी हम नेहरू नगर के इलाके में हैं। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर, थैंक यू सो मच। तो ये अभी डोर टू डोर कैंपेनिंग में थे। आज फ़ायदा ये हुआ है कि थोड़ा धूप है तो आसानी से डोर टू डोर कैंपेनिंग हो पा रही है। और मनीष जी को हमने बीच में पकड़ा तो हमने कहा थोड़ा चाय जब वो पियेंगे इतनी देर में हम बात भी कर लेंगे। ये चाय की दुकान ज़रा दिखा दीजिए आप इनको। यहाँ पर ये चाय की दुकान है, बिल्कुल नेहरू नगर अगर आप एंटर करते हैं तो वहीं पर ये सोनू टी स्टॉल है, वहीं पर हम इस वक्त बैठे हुए हैं। पर सर ये बताइए 13, 15, 20 क्या ये मनीष सिसोदिया और आम आदमी पार्टी का सबसे कठिन चुनाव है?
हर चुनाव मुझे तो कठिन ही लगा है और हमने यही मान के लड़ा है कि चुनाव कठिन है, पूरी ताकत से लड़ना है, कहीं भी किसी भी गलतफहमी में नहीं रहना है कि नहीं चिंता मत करो। काम किया है पर लोगों के बीच जाना और वोट मांगना और उनसे डिस्कस करना कि हमारा विजन क्या है, उनकी ज़रूरत क्या है, उसका सॉल्यूशन क्या है, उस सब पे चर्चा करना। वो नहीं करेंगे तो कठिन ही है।
लेकिन a lot of people would say कि थोड़ा सा जब आप सत्ता में रहते हैं ना तो एक एडेड फैक्टर आपके खिलाफ काम करना शुरू करता है, वो होता है एंटी इनकम्बेंसी। भाई आप जब लोगों के लिए काम करेंगे तो कुछ लोगों को वो काम पसंद आएंगे, कुछ को नहीं आएंगे, कुछ को लगेगा सरकार हमारी बातें सुन रही है, कुछ को लगेगा नहीं सुन रही है। तो इस बार अब मोटा मोटा 10 साल की 11 साल की एंटी इनकम्बेंसी भी आपके खिलाफ काम कर रही है। तो आपको लगता है कि और फिर एमसीडी भी इस बार आपके पास थी, तो अब वो नहीं कह सकते कि देखिए एमसीडी बीजेपी की है।
नहीं, वो तो हम ये कूड़े के पहाड़ों को छोड़ के बाकी सब पे तो साफ सफाई से लेके एमसीडी के सारे काम 2015 से हम नहीं कराए हैं। 10,000 किलोमीटर की सड़कें एमसीडी की हमने बनवाई तब जब एमसीडी हमारे पास नहीं थी। तो हमने कभी ये काम में कोताही नहीं की कि एमसीडी हमारे पास नहीं है तो दिल्ली में सड़कें हम नहीं बनवाएंगे एमसीडी वाली। दिल्ली में पीडब्ल्यूडी की तो 1300 किलोमीटर की सड़क है, लेकिन 10,000 किलोमीटर की तो एमसीडी की सड़कें केजरीवाल सरकार के समय में बनी हैं, जो केजरीवाल जी की सरकार ने बनवाई हैं। एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थोड़ा बहुत रहता है निश्चित रूप से, वो तो 4 दिन बाद से लोगों के उसमें शुरू हो जाता है। भाई मैं परसों आपसे मिला था, आपने वो काम नहीं किया या उस पर वो रेस्पॉन्स नहीं दिया। लेकिन एक फ़ायदा ये है कि 10 साल में जब आप काम करते हो ना, ख़ास तौर से स्कूल, अस्पताल, बिजली, पानी, तीर्थ यात्रा, फ्री बस सर्विस, इतने सारे काम केजरीवाल सरकार के समय पे हुए हैं। एक्सीडेंट विक्टिम्स के लिए मदद, हर योजना का बेनिफिशियरी कहीं ना कहीं बैठा है, उसकी कहीं कोई छोटी मोटी शिकायत भी है तो उसको कॉन्फिडेंस केजरीवाल जी पे ही है। अपनी शिकायत के प्रति भी कि मेरी शिकायत होगी तो केजरीवाल जी की सरकार ही ठीक करेगी, ये उसको कॉन्फिडेंस है।
सच्चाई लेते रहिएगा, चाय ठंडी हो जाएगी। पर मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगा क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीज़ें आपसे बात करने को हैं। पिछली बार जब आप चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया चुनाव लड़ रहे थे। ओहदा बड़ी चीज़ होती है मनीष जी, मतलब एक लोग देखते हैं कि भाई देखिए ये मंत्री जी हैं, इनको वोट देंगे तो हमारा काम जल्दी हो जाएगा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी की तरक्की जल्दी हो जाएगी। इस बार मनीष सिसोदिया उप मुख्यमंत्री नहीं है। मनीष सिसोदिया के जीवन में पिछले 2 साल में ज़बरदस्त उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं, तो उसका फायदा हो रहा है या नुकसान हो रहा है?
नहीं, फायदा नुकसान उसका कुछ मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है ऐसा। मैं जहाँ भी जा रहा हूँ तो इस विधानसभा में, जंगपुरा विधानसभा में, मुझे हर कॉलोनी में कोई ना कोई परिवार, कोई ना कोई बच्चे गली से निकल के ऐसे आ जाते हैं जो कहते हैं जी मैं तो स्कूल में था जब आप आते थे मेरे स्कूल में, मैं पढ़ा हुआ हूँ। या अभी मैं कल किसी स्लम्स में घूम रहा था, वहाँ कोई अपनी लड़की को लेके आया, मतलब उसके घर से आगे निकल गया, बोले जी मेरी तो बेटी DU में पढ़ रही है सिर्फ इसलिए क्योंकि आपके स्कूल अच्छे हो गए थे। तो यहाँ के जंगपुरा विधानसभा के स्कूलों में मैंने तब काम किया जब मैं यहाँ से विधायक नहीं था, और हज़ारों हज़ार परिवार ऐसे हैं जिनके बच्चों को अच्छी एजुकेशन मिली है। फिर बात मेरी नहीं है, बात बिजली के बिल 0 आ रहे हैं बहुत घरों में, 24 घंटे बिजली को लोग मानते हैं। लोगों को याद है कि इन्वर्टर का युग खत्म हुआ तो केजरीवाल जी की वजह से खत्म हुआ। तो ये सारी चीज़ें कहीं ना कहीं क्लब होके एक प्लस पॉइंट दे रही हैं।
That was Manish Sisodia, who is now fighting from the Jangpura Assembly constituency. Earlier, he had won from Patparganj in 2020. Manish Sisodia says that there is anti-incumbency, but Aam Aadmi Party is giving it all, and that the fact that voters have faith in the AAP government. Moving on, Uttarakhand is set to implement the UCC. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami had announced the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code starting January 2025. The state has completed preparations including a dedicated portal and mobile application for online services. Dhami said that the state has done its homework for the implementation. Uttarakhand is said to become the country's first state to implement the UCC after independence. He instructed the officials to ensure proper training of the personnel besides arranging all kinds of basic facilities to implement the provisions of the code. He also asked the officials to keep maximum services online to avoid chances of inconveniences for the public.
हमने ये वायदा किया था कि हम सबसे पहले सरकार बनने के बाद पहला काम करेंगे, यूसीसी का विधेयक लाएंगे। हम यूसीसी का विधेयक लेकर आए और उस पर सभी ड्राफ्ट कमेटी ने ड्राफ्ट बनाया, विधेयक पास हुआ, राष्ट्रपति महोदय की मंजूरी मिल गई, एक्ट बन गया। एक्ट बनने के बाद प्रशिक्षण की जो प्रक्रिया है वह भी हमारी लगभग पूरी हो गई है, और आज माननीय मंत्रिमंडल में इस बात पर हमने चर्चा करी है कि जल्दी से जल्दी हम उसका डेटों का, चूँकि सारी तैयारी होने के बाद, क्योंकि भारतवर्ष में सबसे पहले यूसीसी लागू करने वाला राज्य देवभूमि उत्तराखंड बनने जा रहा है, तो सभी चीज़ों की समीक्षा करने के बाद हम जल्दी ही डेटों का ऐलान करेंगे।
Now, a magisterial inquiry has held 5 policemen responsible for the custodial death of Akshay Shinde, accused in the Badlapur school sexual assault case. The report was submitted in a sealed cover to the Bombay High Court, which was hearing a plea filed by Shinde's father, Anna Shinde, claiming that the police had killed his son in a fake encounter. The officials involved included Senior Police Inspector Sanjay Shinde of the Thane Crime Branch, Assistant Police Inspector Nilesh More, Head Constables Abhijit More and Harish Tawade, and a police driver. Time now for a quick break on the show. On the other side, more international news.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
we are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
Well, I mean, all the
Israel released 90 Palestinian prisoners hours after Hamas handed over 3 Israeli hostages, completing the first successful exchange under a ceasefire aimed at ending more than 15 months of war in Gaza that has killed over 40,000 people. Hamas on Sunday released 3 hostages, all women, who were held in Gaza since the Palestinian group's attack on the Israeli towns on the 7th of October last year. Israel, as per deal, released 90 Palestinian prisoners from its jails. A total of 33 hostages taken by Hamas during its deadly attack will be returned from Gaza during an initial 42-day truce. Negotiations over a second phase of the agreement will begin on the 16th day of the phase 1 and are likely to include release of all the remaining hostages. A third phase is expected to include the return of all the remaining dead bodies and start of Gaza's reconstruction.
This is one of the toughest negotiations I've been part of. Many of you who followed these negotiations will attest that the road to this deal has been not easy at all and a long road. But we've reached this point today because of the pressure Israel built on Hamas, backed by the United States. But I concluded abandoning the course I was on would not have led us to the ceasefire we're seeing today. But instead, it would have risked a wider war in the region that so many feared. Now the region has been fundamentally transformed. Hamas's longtime leader, Sinwar, is dead. Hamas sponsors in the Middle East have been badly weakened by Israel, backed by the United States. Hezbollah, one of Hamas's biggest backers, was significantly weakened on the battlefield, and its leadership was destroyed.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story. India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
Good evening. You're watching the news with me, Tanima Biswas, here on NDTV 24/7. Over the next 1 hour, we'll get you all the top stories from across the country as well as the top international news. We're also covering in detail the verdict, the sentencing rather, which has come out from a Kolkata court on the RG Kaur rape and murder case. The convict has been sentenced to life imprisonment and that has already evoked strong reactions because the Kolkata court went on to say that this is not the rarest of rare case. We'll get you all the details on that. But first up, the headlines. Convict in the Kolkata rape and murder case, Sanjay Roy sentenced to life in jail. CBI had demanded death sentence, but the Kolkata court concluded it's not the rarest of rare case. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee says if the case was still with them, they would have presented stronger arguments in court to ensure death penalty. Donald Trump to take oath as 47th US president today. Reports suggest Trump is expected to sign a flurry of executive orders on day one, also revoking Biden's executive orders. Indian student shot dead in the US. 26-year-old student from Hyderabad killed in Washington, D.C. Latest in the Saif Ali Khan stabbing case. Police say that they will be recreating the crime scene along with the accused. Accused will be taken by the police. Remember that they have 5 days police custody of the accused who's been arrested. Doctors say that Saif Ali Khan is recovering but will not be discharged today. And Mohammad Shami is back after an injury break. He's bowling at full tilt ahead of the T20 series versus England. Our top focus in the Kolkata rape and murder case. Convict Sanjay Roy has been sentenced to life in jail by the court today. Remember, he's been convicted for the gruesome rape and murder of a 31-year-old doctor inside the RG Kaur Hospital in Kolkata last August. The CBI had demanded a death sentence for the convict, but the court, while pronouncing the sentence, said, according to them, it was not the rarest of rare case, which is why they went on to give a life sentence. There have been strong reactions which have already come in on this, including from the Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who said that if the Bengal government was still in charge of the case, they would have produced stronger arguments in court and ensured a death penalty. Let's take a look at the top reactions which have come in so far.
आज जो संजय का जो दोषी साब्यस्त किया था 18 जनवरी 2025 में जो आज का सीबीआई का चार्जशीट और ट्रायल का बाद आज जो फांसी का जो सवाल उठा था, फांसी नहीं हुआ, उन लोग को आमृत्यु जो कारावास आमृत्यु जेल उनको हुआ और उसी का साथ साथ फाइन भी हुआ तीनों सेक्शन में। उनको संजय का जो केस है राष्ट्रों के स्टेट को डायरेक्शन दिया लर्नेड कोर्ट जो 10 लाख को और 7 लाख एंड 10 लाख मोट 17 लाख उनको फैमिली को क्षतिपूरण विक्टिम का फैमिली को क्षतिपूरण देने के लिए निर्देश दिया।
देखिए फांसी का सजा तो मिलना ही चाहिए संजय राय को, लेकिन हम लोग खुश नहीं है। हम लोग इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन से खुश नहीं है। सीबीआई को सप्लीमेंट्री चार्जशीट देना पड़ेगा। और कौन कौन है संजय राय के साथ थे? आज मुख्यमंत्री का पुलिस, मुख्यमंत्री का प्रशासन, जो सीबीआई बोला कि एविडेंस टैंपर हुआ है, संजय राय को बचाने के लिए टैंपर किया है, ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता। शाम को 6 बजे के बाद पोस्टमार्टम हुआ संजय राय को बचाने के लिए, ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता।
Right, I'm joined by my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who's been tracking all the updates from the Shialda court there. Saurabh, what exactly was the court, how exactly did the court actually say that sentence, which has in fact come up with these strong reactions? And also, what did the judge actually say in terms of giving a rationale for the life term that it did award instead of death penalty that CBI had demanded?
Well, you know, the arguments that took place inside the court on the quantum of sentencing were obviously two different strands. One is the prosecution, the CBI, which prayed for the death penalty, saying this was a case that definitely fell into the rarest of rare category. This was a young woman doctor who was brutally raped and murdered at her workplace. Also the fact that this was a public hospital, she was serving the public. Sanjay Roy was there to assist patients, but he instead committed this horrific crime. There was huge public outrage, not just in West Bengal or in India, but across the world there were protests. So this is a case that definitely fell into the rarest of rare categories. That was the argument of the CBI. The parents' lawyer also, of course, and we should try and get him on air if we can, he also, of course, argued that this was a case that should be considered in the rarest of rare categories and the death penalty should be awarded. However, there was, arguments made on behalf of the lawyer of the accused, and the lawyer of the accused also made some very strong statements in terms of why the death penalty was not applicable to this case. And, one of the central arguments in that was that, is it a case that, where all doors of reformation are closed? Now, this is something that, of course, is very, very important in terms of avoiding the death penalty. And the defense lawyer argues that foremost criteria is that whether the door of reform and rehabilitation is closed, and several other, like, residual doubt, doctrine of residual doubt, etc. And based on that, the court decided that this was not in the rarest of rare categories, but in a case where the court awarded life imprisonment along with fines. Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, has reacted to that. She has said that if the case was with the state, they would have secured the death penalty, going on to say that in the last few cases where the state has been in charge of the investigation, they have secured the death penalty. In this case, however, she says that her party and her demand from day one was death penalty, and they will continue to keep that demand of death penalty.
That's right. That we will, in fact, try and listen into what Mamata Banerjee just said. Saurabh Gupta, thank you so much for joining us with that. Let's listen into what the Bengal CM had to say.
আমরা প্রথম দিন থেকে ফাঁসির দাবি করে এসেছিলাম, কিন্তু আমি জানি না এটা একটা সিরিয়াস কেস এবং এটা নিয়ে ফাঁসি দাবি আমাদের সবার ছিল। সেক্ষেত্রে বিচারের রায় নিয়ে আমি আমার কথা বলতে পারি। আমরা এটাই বলেছিলাম, আমাদের হাতে এই কেসটা থাকলে আমরা কিন্তু অনেক দিন আগেই ফাঁসির অর্ডার দিয়ে দিতে পারতাম, ফাঁসির অর্ডার করে দিতে পারতাম। ডিটেলসটা তো আমি জানি না, ডিটেলসটা তো সিবিআই করছে।
To discuss this further, I'm joined on the broadcast by Brinda Adige and Abha Singh, both activists. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. Brinda Adige, coming to you first, your initial reaction to the sentence which has been awarded by the court, and also the fact that the Kolkata court actually called this a case in which we saw mass protests, not just in Kolkata but also across the country. But the court has gone on to say that this is not a rarest of rare case.
Well, given the present situation and having only one rapist murderer over there, I do not think the court must consider this as rarest of rare and award him the capital punishment, because we know from forensic and other circumstantial evidence produced by the police, Kolkata police itself, that there have been 8-9 others who were party to this gruesome, brutal rape and murder. And those people are still at large. So I'm sure that those people
let me just add at this point, on record, CBI has only named one accused, one convict in this case. Of course, now he's a convict in the rape and murder case per se. There are a number of other cases also currently being investigated, but in the main case, they only have put one name on record.
Yeah, they will only put one name because they have only one person. Now, probably the others are being shielded by the powers that be. So it is up to the police and the CBI to go and find out who they are. That said, we need to also consider if this man by chance has been awarded a capital punishment, then probably everything else dies with him. It's an appeasement to say that here we have given him capital punishment, so all of you now keep quiet and don't rake this thing up. Nothing about the management. How did they destroy the evidence over there? Why hasn't the management been pulled up? Where is the director? There was some suspension order against that person, but other than that, no other punishment. So there are so many ramifications to this case. Of course, at the end of the day, this is a rarest of rare case. For that matter, we have several such cases on a daily basis across India. But in this particular case, it happened inside an institution where there should have been protection to that doctor. That said, I would like to respect the court's order over here and let the court urge the police and CBI to look for the remaining rapists and murderers.
Right. In fact, we've also got reactions coming in from the Resident Doctors Association, several of them who had in fact taken out protests. They have also expressed their disappointment with the sentencing at so far. We'll, of course, wait to hear what else they have to say. But Abha Singh, bringing you in on the discussion now, do you think the manner in which the investigation was carried out in this case, the CBI actually, in one particular case which they were investigating, which was originating from this matter itself, had in fact not even submitted their charge sheet on time. At that time itself, the parents had also said that they were disappointed with the way the CBI had investigated this matter. Initially, of course, let's remember and also reiterate the fact that the parents were not happy with the Kolkata police's investigation as well. So there was, of course, a lot of back and forth that we saw in this entire case. Do you think somewhere or the other, that in a way had a negative impact on the investigation? Because we are seeing these reactions coming in from everybody saying that they are very disappointed with the sentencing of today.
I think people are a little disappointed with the sentencing because a lot of people were expecting that it would be a death penalty, as CBI itself had asked for death penalty. But I would like to make one thing very clear, that the CBI report, as you rightly said that it was not a gang rape. It was only one person who is now the convict, that he had raped her. So let us put this to rest, that it was a gang rape. It was never gang rape. And I think West Bengal police also had arrested this very same person, and the police had moved efficiently. People are disappointed because no death penalty was given. But coming to the fact of this case, the charges were rape with murder, and subsequently West Bengal did amend the law, and now it has brought that Aparajita Act, which says if rape is with death penalty, then there is going to be, if rape is with death, then it will be only death penalty. So I think that was a welcome thing out of this law, that now in future, any case that happens, it will be only death penalty. But of course, the parents can always appeal to High Court and then the Supreme Court that death penalty should be given. But yes, another issue that has come up is rarest of the rare cases. And if the judge felt that it was not rarest of the rare, we will have to respect the judge. But the Supreme Court is very clear in Bachchan Prasad versus State of Punjab, and also Machi Singh versus State of Punjab. These were 1980 and 1983 cases where the court very clearly laid out what is going to be the rarest of the rare cases, which if it did not fall into that, then it's fine. But yes, the way this rape was politicized, that was something which also we need to talk about, that let these things be done by the agencies, not make a spectacle that people come and say it's a gang rape. Somebody came and said that it is BJP versus West Bengal. No, crime is a crime, and women should not be used for political purposes. Offences like these should be done with the utmost seriousness, is something that should be also taken into mind.
Right, and this is of course the lower court which has given the sentencing today. We've already heard from the lawyers of the accused side, from the victim side as well, that we have in fact heard them saying that they're going to appeal in a higher court probably. But also talking about the fact that this is a case in which we saw mass protests. There were also questions about doctors' safety or safety at a workplace. Those are other germane issues which have also come to the forefront because of this particular case. In the context of all of that, is this the right messaging in a way? Well, of course, the judge has his own opinion, and as Ms. Abha Singh was also pointing out, that probably there are certain legal terms and conditions that need to be kept in mind when deciding whether or not a case is rarest of the rare or not. But in terms of the message that needs to go out to the society, in terms of safety for men or women, for that matter, in the workplace, do you think, how are people going to interpret what has happened in the court today? Brinda Dige first, and then Abha Singh.
See, first and foremost, we have to place credit to the court for its exemplary, swift action. We know that this has been less than 5 months that the court has worked on, with all of the information and evidence placed before the court, and awarded a punishment. And this swift action is what is required in every case. And there has to be the certainty of punishment. Now, this man has been given life imprisonment. Now one wants to see whether it is going to be rigorous imprisonment or it's solitary confinement. What are all those things? I don't really know, because I don't know if the entire case is out. But that said, it should instill a sense of fear of law and a fear that these cases will be taken up seriously. But that said, I come back again that we are again looking at just the perpetrator who's a rapist and a murderer, but not the others who abetted him. How did he come inside the hospital there? How is it that he roamed around all of those places if he was alone? Why is it that the hospital management was not able to safeguard the place of crime? Because that is something that any institution is duty bound to do. Why were renovations on? Why was the director of the hospital not pulled up also? Why was he given a promotion by the West Bengal government?
Right.
So there are a lot of these loopholes and questions that have no simple or direct answers yet.
Right.
That said, the court has functioned in an exemplary manner, and I do hope that similar cases that come before the court look at it in this fast-track manner, so that the fear of law is instilled in all of them.
Right. Abha Singh, quickly a word from you before we wrap this discussion.
You know, you are very right when you raise this point that this case has definitely put this point to the country, to the world, that sexual harassment at workplace and safety at workplace, that is very important. It is the duty of every government, every agency to see that women working in workplaces are safe. And this happening in a government medical college, I mean, where you felt that it's a government medical college, there would be staff, this girl would be safe, but it showed that women are not safe. Also, it brought a very important issue that in spite of the Shaw Act, the Sexual Harassment at Workplace Act, which provides for restrooms, washrooms, this woman did not have a restroom, and that is why this medico, she went and slept in a dormitory, which did not even have the doors which could be closed. So I think because the medical college did not follow the guidelines of the Sexual Harassment at Workplace Act, we lost this young medico, and that is what message has to be taken, that women have to be safe at their workplaces. Whatever the law entails must be followed, and that is what we are missing the point. This is what which needs to be done, and these type of cases should not happen again, is something which I would like to see.
Brinda Dige, Abha Singh, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. We'll of course be tracking all updates coming in on this story, but for the moment, we'll head into a short break. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for Mega Metro poll coverage.
Well, I'm in Kolkata. This is one of the worst hit areas. When disaster strikes, NDTV World brings you exclusive on-the-ground reports straight from the heart of the action.
A neighborhood in Los Angeles that has been devastated by fire.
I just received an emergency alert extreme, which has come on my phone.
Stay tuned for NDTV World's in-depth coverage as we bring you the real stories from Los Angeles.
This is the Altadena area, and there are still fires, and there's a lot of smoke in the area. These houses completely gutted.
This is reporting that matters only on NDTV World.
I've been reporting on all all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0.
Welcome back. And in just a few hours from now, Donald Trump will take oath as the 47th US President, his second term as the President of the United States. The inauguration will take place at around 10:30 p.m. Indian time. Trump, whose first term lasted from 2017 to 2021, had refused to attend the inauguration of Biden, who defeated him back in 2020. Trump has also broken with precedent and invited several foreign leaders to the ceremony. Historically, they have not attended the inauguration due to security concerns and have sent diplomats instead. Argentina's President Javier Milei, a strong supporter of Trump, has said he'll attend. There are also reports that Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni might also be present there. Chinese President Xi Jinping, who's been invited, is not attending, but he is sending his vice president. There is, of course, going to be the presence of big tech moguls, including his advisor, Elon Musk, and Amazon Executive Chairman Jeff Bezos and Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg. So this is, of course, going to be a star-studded affair, Trump's inauguration ceremony at Washington, D.C. And I'm joined right now by Jessica Stone, VOA correspondent. Thank you, Jessica, so much for joining us here on NDTV. First of all, if you can give our viewers an understanding of how this ceremony is going to be a first in many ways. I believe that the inauguration has, in fact, been now scheduled indoors because of the record cold temperature.
Yes, indeed. It'll be inside for the first time in 40 years. Not since Reagan's second inauguration has a U.S. president been sworn in inside the Capitol Rotunda, but that is where Donald Trump will be sworn in by the Chief Justice of the United States on the Supreme Court, Justice John Roberts. And that will come just after J.D. Vance, his vice president, is sworn in by a different Supreme Court Justice, Brett Kavanaugh. There's room in the Capitol Rotunda for maybe about 50 or 60 VIPs and dignitaries. Trump on Truth Social saying that they will be invited, but not naming any of them. So we don't know exactly who will have an eyewitness account of the swearing-in ceremonies. We know that Trump has brought his family Bible, a Bible that he says he got during his youth in church in New York State, and another family Bible will be used to swear in J.D. Vance, something from his grandmother. If you've read Hillbilly Elegy, his memoir, you'll note that he's particularly close with his maternal grandmother who raised him. And so there will be some music on either side of those presentations, and afterwards there will be a speech by President Trump. And we'll have to see just the nature of that, but we are hearing that it will be more positive than it was 8 years ago, a speech for 16 minutes in which President Trump laid out a vision of doom and gloom, really, for the United States. And this time he's expected to be more positive, more forward-looking, and calling for a revolution of common sense.
Right, we already heard from Donald Trump yesterday when in that victory rally of sorts at Washington ahead of inauguration, and he's already once again reiterated the fact that he's going to sign a host of executive orders. So any reports that we have so far as to what the first priority, of course, as he has mentioned in the past, is going to be on tightening immigration policies?
Yes, and that will be the focus of some of his executive orders. He's actually expected to sign these throughout the day, some at the Capitol, some at the Capital One Arena, which is where the viewing party is going to be for his swearing in, and then where he will go after that swearing in. And also, of course, in the Oval Office in the White House. We are hearing about some 200 executive orders, which would be a historic event. 200 executive orders spanning from immigration to climate policy to the federal workforce. We expect that he will unleash and reverse many of the policies of the Biden administration when it comes to renewable energy, prohibitions on drilling on federal lands, and mandates around climate and emissions targets. And we also expect that he is going to call for a national emergency at the southern border, which will surge more resources to the southern border to help mitigate what's going on there with the migration crisis, which has been stemmed in recent months, but certainly has hit all-time highs during the Biden administration.
Right, Jessica Stone there. Thank you so much for joining us on the show today. Another issue which is,
My pleasure.
Course, thank you. Another issue which is, of course, in the horizon and also important in terms of decisions that the Trump administration will have to take is on the social media app TikTok. Now, Trump has in fact gone on to say that there will be no ban on TikTok, in a way that he is most likely to give it an extension to decide further what to do with TikTok, whether or not to stay with the ban or not. But also at the same time, he mentioned that the US government would like to have 50% ownership or stakes in TikTok if it has to operate in the United States. Listen to what he had to say.
As of today, TikTok is back. But I said we need to save TikTok because we're talking about a tremendous... Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. And frankly, we have no choice. We have to save it. A lot of jobs. We don't want to give our business to China. We don't want to give our business to other people.
Right, and among the many campaign promises that Donald Trump has made, one of them is also about the impact that he's going to have in terms of some of the big geopolitical issues. And he's already said that he's going to end the Russia-Ukraine war even before, in fact, actually taking oath of office. But that, of course, hasn't happened yet. But let's take a look at what we can expect in the Trump era as far as some of these big geopolitical issues are concerned.
We can now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency. What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality.
As Donald Trump returns to the White House, the world braces itself for a seismic shift in global security.
America great again.
His style of high-stakes diplomacy is back, and it's already rattling the international stage. Trump's approach is as blunt as ever.
And I will never, ever let you down.
On January 7th, he warned Israel's Netanyahu.
All hell will break out in the Middle East.
All hell will break loose if hostages aren't freed in Gaza. The result, a shaky peace deal, brokered by Joe Biden, but pushed forward by Trump's iron fist. But this is only the beginning. From Greenland to the Panama Canal, Trump's claims of restoring American dominance are creating waves. With Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, expect hawkish policies aimed at China's growing influence in the region. Beijing may have its sights on Latin America, but Trump is hell-bent on keeping them at bay. But it's Russia that's the real wild card. Trump has promised a peace deal to end the war in Ukraine. Will he deliver? A deal could free up US resources, but will it divide the West further? A showdown with China looms, but this time, Trump may be willing to negotiate. China's growing presence in the Americas could be Trump's next battlefield. His administration has already signaled it will ramp up tariffs, political pressure, and confrontations to push Beijing out of critical trade routes, especially in the Panama Canal. And Europe's security? Well, it looks like Trump's cutting back on commitments. He's demanding NATO allies pay their fair share. After all, Washington foots nearly 70% of NATO's bill. But West Asia could see Trump scaling back as well, focusing more on economic pressure and less on boots on the ground. Trump's return to power promises a world that is more transactional and less ideological. For better or worse, global security is now a high-stakes poker game, and Donald Trump holds all the chips. NDTV Bureau Report.
And let's also listen in to what Donald Trump had to say about other important issues like the Middle East conflict, and also about the fact that there will be certain decisions that he's likely to take as soon as taking oath as far as immigration is concerned.
The invasion of our borders will have come to a halt, and all the illegal border trespassers will in some form or another be on their way back home. All of this in the Middle East in less than 3 months without being president. We've achieved more without being president than they've achieved in 4 years with being president.
Right, and Harshvi Pant, Vice President of ORF, joins me on the show right now. Mr. Pant, we are just a few hours to go from Trump being sworn in as the 47th US President. Now, as far as the Indian government is concerned, how sharply do you think this is going to be different for us, the second term of Donald Trump, compared to what we saw in the first term as far as India-US ties are concerned?
See, I think broadly, India-US ties will continue the trajectory that they have pursued across different administrations ever since George W. Bush. We have seen different presidents come, different parties come to power in the US, and all of them have built a relationship with India which has been based on the strategic logic of this engagement. Now, the question, I think, of course, with Mr. Trump is that nothing is certain, and he bears his unpredictability and the leverage that it gives him and the US on his sleeves. So I think commenting anything at this juncture would be too early. But if the past has been anything to go by, I don't think India-US ties would be affected negatively in most domains. There are certainly going to be issues where India will have to rethink its approach. But I think broadly, this is a relationship that might remain insulated given what we have seen so far and given what we have heard so far.
Right. Mr. Pant, we also know that the biggest concern possibly for the Indian government at this point in time could be about trade relations. Dr. S. Jaishankar is in the US. He is going to attend the inauguration event ceremony today. What do you think India's diplomatic strategy should be to come out of this in a win-win situation, both from the perspective of the fact that Donald Trump is going to have protectionist policies this time around. His motto clearly is to have America first stand as far as trade relations are concerned, tariffs are concerned. So what should be the first few steps that India should take or brace itself for as far as this very important aspect is concerned?
See, on trade and economy, we are going to see tariffs. We are going to see a more protectionist US, and we are going to see a Trump administration that will work according to a very different set of priorities compared to, say, Biden administration. Although one must admit that Biden administration was also pursuing a lot of the policies that were protectionist and were following up on Trump 1.0. So in a sense, America as a whole has become protectionist across domains. But with Mr. Trump, of course, given that he thinks the transactional nature of engagement is very important, India will have to see what perhaps India can make out of Mr. Trump's policies. And India will have to be open to negotiations and open to a dialogue in a way that perhaps in some cases in the past India could have avoided. That is not going to happen under Trump administration. So the more India focuses on the structural logic of Indo-US engagement, which is that, look, India continues to be a very important partner of the US in the Indo-Pacific. And one of the things that we are witnessing, of course, is that the first major meeting that is going to happen after Mr. Trump's inauguration is going to be the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting tomorrow. So that again is a signal that for Trump, Quad is important, Indo-Pacific is important, and India should make that case of India's centrality in the Indo-Pacific, and that perhaps will give India some leverage in trade and economic negotiations as well.
Right. Mr. Pant, since you mentioned Quad, we know that Chinese Vice President is going to be at this inauguration ceremony. That's what China has indicated, that he will be attending the event today. How do you think India should view this development?
I think, like almost all countries, we would also be watching it very carefully in terms of what it means, because we know that Mr. Trump has had a very, very aggressive China policy in his first term. He virtually single-handedly changed the nature of discourse on China in the West, not simply in the US. We know that his campaign, even in his second campaign, for example, was built around China. We have just heard his Secretary of State nominee, Marco Rubio, deposing before the US and making comments about China, very strong comments about China and how America will have to deal with China. So we know that there is a larger trend line in the US about China, but we also know that Mr. Trump has often expressed his admiration for Xi Jinping, and he has also said that he's willing to make a grand bargain with the Chinese president. So I think, like much of the rest of the world, we will continue to observe from India what happens in that regard. But primarily, I think this is a relationship that will continue to have lots of tensions and lots of geopolitical conflict embedded in it. So India will have to find a space for itself, whatever happens between these two countries. And we have in the past also dealt with America and China both talking to each other, engaging with each other. But India's relationship with the US has found a logic of its own, which I would assume will also continue under Trump, whether he reaches out to China or whether he achieves a grand bargain with China.
Right. Harsh Pant, Vice President of ORF, thank you so much for joining us on the show. Now, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has said that the inauguration of US President Donald Trump, which he is going to be present for, could have profound consequences for the global order, spelling out some of the challenges and opportunities India could face over the next 4 years. The incoming Trump administration could impact India particularly when it comes to trade and immigration rules. Shifting our focus now to another big global event, the 2025 annual meeting of the World Economic Forum takes place from 20th January, which is today, in Davos, Switzerland, to 24th of January. Now, more than 350 governmental leaders are expected to participate in this year's event, including 60 heads of state. My colleague Vishnu Shom has more.
Good morning and welcome to Davos, Switzerland, where the annual general meeting of the World Economic Forum kicks off today. It is an important year. The focus of the world will certainly be not just on what's happening over here, which is always sets the agenda in a sense for countries around the world, but for also what's happening in the United States, where Donald Trump comes back as President of the United States, the Trump presidency back in sharp focus. All of that will be taking place in the United States today. There is also, of course, the big international theme, the big international issue of hostages who were held by terrorists in Gaza being returned to Israel. So that's certainly something that adds impetus to the international focus of the World Economic Forum. Over the next couple of days, we'll be speaking to several international leaders here, thinkers over here. We'll also be speaking to several Indian leaders. That's because India is very much a focus on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum, on the promenade, which is a short distance away from me, where you've got several Indian pavilions. Ashwini Vaishnav, the minister, is heading the Indian delegation, and the focus of the Indian delegation, along with that of several chief ministers who are also here, is on democratizing technology, on the issue of inclusion, inclusive growth, investment in social, physical and digital infrastructure, and as I said, democratizing technology. In addition to Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, there are several other union ministers over here as well, but also several chief ministers, including the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister of Telangana Revant Reddy, and Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, here as well. What is the significance of the World Economic Forum? That's something that will also be looked at over a period of time. But certainly economic growth, the changing nature of the workforce, artificial intelligence, sustainable development and climate remain perpetual issues of concern over here and will certainly be looked at very closely. In Davos, Vishnu Shom for NDTV. Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges, from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
Well, I'm in Altadena. This is one of the worst hit areas. When disaster strikes, NDTV World brings you exclusive on-the-ground reports straight from the heart of the action.
A neighborhood in Los Angeles that has been devastated by fire.
I just received an emergency alert extreme, which has come on my phone. Stay tuned for NDTV World's in-depth coverage as we bring you the real stories from Los Angeles. This is the Altadena area, and there are still fires, and there's a lot of smoke in the area. These houses completely gutted. This is reporting that matters only on NDTV World.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh.
Welcome back. Now, the latest in the Saif Ali Khan stabbing case, the suspect is likely to be taken to the residence of the actor in Bandra in Mumbai to recreate the crime scene. Remember, the Mumbai police has got 5 days police custody of the accused, Mohammad Shariful Islam Shehzad. The investigation's thrown up few more details, especially about how the accused got inside Saif's house. The accused reportedly entered the house through a broken grill in the bathroom window of Jahangir's room and escaped the same way. Also, listen in to what Soha Ali Khan had to say earlier today.
First, that we're very, very happy that he's recovering well, and we're very thankful, and we feel very blessed and grateful that it wasn't any worse. And thank you for all your wishes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Shifting our focus now to the national capital and the latest on Delhi elections. BJP and Aam Aadmi Party are at it again with new set of posters in the continuing poster war. BJP has taken the Ghoshna Mantri jibe at Kejriwal. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party asks who is the BJP's groom, or rather taunting the party over the fact that they have not yet declared or put forth a chief ministerial face. The former Delhi Deputy CM and Aam Aadmi Party MLA Manish Sisodia is contesting from Jangpura this time, shifting from his traditional seat of Patparganj. NDTV's Ankit Tyagi caught up with him on his campaign trail. Take a look.
Manish ji, 13, 15, 20 अभी हम नेहरू नगर के इलाके में हैं। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर, थैंक यू सो मच। तो ये अभी डोर टू डोर कैंपेनिंग में थे। आज फायदा ये हुआ है कि थोड़ा धूप है तो आसानी से डोर टू डोर कैंपेनिंग हो पा रही है। और मनीष जी को हमने बीच में पकड़ा तो हमने कहा थोड़ा चाय जब वो पियेंगे इतनी देर में हम बात भी कर लेंगे। ये चाय की दुकान जरा दिखा दीजिए आप इनको। यहाँ पर ये चाय की दुकान है, बिल्कुल नेहरू नगर अगर आप एंटर करते हैं तो वहीं पर ये सोनू टी स्टॉल है, वहीं पर हम इस वक्त बैठे हुए हैं। पर सर ये बताइए 13, 15, 20 क्या ये मनीष सिसोदिया और आम आदमी पार्टी का सबसे कठिन चुनाव है?
हर चुनाव मुझे तो कठिन ही लगा है और हमने यही मान के लड़ा है कि चुनाव कठिन है, पूरी ताकत से लड़ना है, कहीं भी किसी भी गलतफहमी में नहीं रहना है कि नहीं चिंता मत करो। काम किया है पर लोगों के बीच जाना और वोट मांगना और उनसे डिस्कस करना कि हमारा विजन क्या है, उनकी ज़रूरत क्या है, उसका सॉल्यूशन क्या है, उस सब पे चर्चा करना, वो नहीं करेंगे तो कठिन ही है।
लेकिन a lot of people would say कि थोड़ा सा जब आप सत्ता में रहते हैं ना तो एक एडेड फैक्टर आपके खिलाफ काम करना शुरू करता है, वो होता है एंटी इनकम्बेंसी। भाई आप जब लोगों के लिए काम करेंगे तो कुछ लोगों को वो काम पसंद आएंगे, कुछ को नहीं आएंगे, कुछ को लगेगा सरकार हमारी बातें सुन रही है, कुछ को लगेगा नहीं सुन रही है। तो इस बार अब मोटा 10 साल की 11 साल की एंटी इनकम्बेंसी भी आपके खिलाफ काम कर रही है। तो आपको लगता है कि, और फिर एमसीडी भी इस बार आपके पास थी, तो अब वो नहीं कह सकते कि देखिए एमसीडी बीजेपी की है।
नहीं, वो तो हम ये कूड़े के पहाड़ों को छोड़ के बाकी सब पे तो साफ सफाई से लेके एमसीडी के सारे काम 2015 से हम नहीं कराए हैं। 10,000 किलोमीटर की सड़कें एमसीडी की हमने बनवाई तब जब एमसीडी हमारे पास नहीं थी। तो हमने कभी ये काम में कोताही नहीं की कि एमसीडी हमारे पास नहीं है तो दिल्ली में सड़कें हम नहीं बनवाएंगे एमसीडी वाली। दिल्ली में पीडब्ल्यूडी की तो 1300 किलोमीटर की सड़क है, लेकिन 10,000 किलोमीटर की तो एमसीडी की सड़कें केजरीवाल सरकार के समय में बनी हैं, जो केजरीवाल जी की सरकार ने बनवाई हैं। एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थोड़ा बहुत रहता है निश्चित रूप से, वो तो 4 दिन बाद से लोगों के उसमें शुरू हो जाता है। भाई मैं परसों आपसे मिला था, आपने वो काम नहीं किया या उस पर वो रेस्पॉन्स नहीं दिया। लेकिन एक फ़ायदा ये है कि 10 साल में जब आप काम करते हो ना, ख़ास तौर से स्कूल, अस्पताल, बिजली, पानी, तीर्थ यात्रा, फ्री बस सर्विस, इतने सारे काम केजरीवाल सरकार के समय पे हुए हैं। एक्सीडेंट विक्टिम्स के लिए मदद, हर योजना का बेनिफिशरी कहीं ना कहीं बैठा है। उसकी कहीं कोई छोटी मोटी शिकायत भी है तो उसको कॉन्फिडेंस केजरीवाल जी पे ही है। अपनी शिकायत के प्रति भी कि मेरी शिकायत होगी तो केजरीवाल जी की सरकार ही ठीक करेगी, ये उसको कॉन्फिडेंस है।
सर चाय लेते रहिएगा, चाय ठंडी हो जाएगी। पर मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीज़ें आपसे बात करने को हैं। पिछली बार जब आप चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया चुनाव लड़ रहे थे। ओहदा बड़ी चीज़ होती है मनीष जी, मतलब एक लोग देखते हैं कि भाई देखिए ये मंत्री जी हैं, इनको वोट देंगे तो हमारा काम जल्दी हो जाएगा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी की तरक्की जल्दी हो जाएगी। इस बार मनीष सिसोदिया उप मुख्यमंत्री नहीं है। मनीष सिसोदिया के जीवन में पिछले 2 साल में ज़बरदस्त उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं, तो उसका फ़ायदा हो रहा है या नुकसान हो रहा है?
नहीं, फ़ायदा नुकसान उसका कुछ मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है सर। मैं जहाँ भी जा रहा हूँ तो इस विधानसभा में, जंगपुरा विधानसभा में, मुझे हर कॉलोनी में कोई ना कोई परिवार, कोई ना कोई बच्चे गली से निकल के ऐसे आ जाते हैं जो कहते हैं जी मैं तो स्कूल में था जब आप आते थे मेरे स्कूल में, मैं पढ़ा हुआ हूँ। या अभी मैं कल किसी स्लम्स में घूम रहा था, वहाँ कोई अपनी लड़की को लेके आया, मतलब उसके घर से आगे निकल गया, बोले जी मेरी तो बेटी DU में पढ़ रही है सिर्फ इसलिए क्योंकि आपके स्कूल अच्छे हो गए थे। तो यहाँ के जंगपुरा विधानसभा के स्कूलों में मैंने तब काम किया जब मैं यहाँ से विधायक नहीं था, और हज़ारों हज़ार परिवार ऐसे हैं जिनके बच्चों को अच्छी एजुकेशन मिली है। फिर बात मेरी नहीं है, बात बिजली के बिल 0 आ रहे हैं बहुत घरों में, 24 घंटे बिजली को लोग मानते हैं। लोगों को याद है कि इन्वर्टर का युग खत्म हुआ तो केजरीवाल जी की वजह से खत्म हुआ। तो ये सारी चीज़ें कहीं ना कहीं क्लब होके एक प्लस पॉइंट दे रही हैं।
And we'll be taking a short break at this point. Stay tuned to NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges, from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for Mega Metro poll coverage.
Well, I'm in Altadena. This is one of the worst hit areas. When disaster strikes, NDTV World brings you exclusive on-the-ground reports straight from the heart of the action.
A neighborhood in Los Angeles that has been devastated by fire.
I just received an emergency alert extreme, which has come on my phone. Stay tuned for NDTV World's in-depth coverage as we bring you the real stories from Los Angeles. This is the Altadena area, and there are still fires, and there's a lot of smoke in the area. These houses completely gutted. This is reporting that matters only on NDTV.
Good evening. You're watching the news here on NDTV with me, Tanima Biswas, and we are, of course, counting down to the big inauguration ceremony in Washington, D.C., when Donald Trump is sworn in as the 47th U.S. president, his second term as the President of the United States. We have a host of aspects and angles which we will be looking into in this show as well, and looking forward to what we can expect from the inauguration ceremony and also day one of Donald Trump taking over at the Capitol Hill. But first up, let's take a look at the top headlines. Donald Trump to take oath as 47th US President today. Reports suggest that Trump is expected to sign a flurry of executive orders on day one, also revoking several of Biden's executive orders. Convict in the Kolkata rape and murder case, Sanjay Roy sentenced to life in jail. CBI had demanded death sentence, but the Kolkata court concluded it's not the rarest of rare case. Bengal Chief Minister says if the case was still with them, they would have presented stronger arguments to ensure a death penalty. Indian student shot dead in the United States, 26-year-old student killed in Washington, D.C. NDTV at the World Economic Forum, which is set to begin from today. The World Economic Forum president tells NDTV that India will be a $10 trillion economy soon. There's extensive coverage of the event at Davos on NDTV. And Mohammad Shami is back after an injury break. He's bowling at full hilt ahead of the T20 series versus England. Our top focus: in just a few hours from now, Donald Trump will take oath as the 47th US President, his second term as the President of the United States. The inauguration will take place at 10:30 p.m. India time. Now, Trump, whose first term lasted from 2017 to 2021, had refused to attend the inauguration of Joe Biden, who defeated him back in 2020. Trump has broken with precedent and invited several world leaders to the ceremony. Historically, they have not attended the inauguration due to security concerns and have sent diplomats in their place. But we are expecting that there will be some top faces in the crowd today at the event. Argentina's President Javier Milei, a strong supporter of Donald Trump, says he will attend. And according to reports, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has also said that if she will be attending. Now, Trump had also invited Chinese President Xi Jinping, who will not be coming in person, but is instead sending his vice president. There are also several big tech moguls, all of them who will be seen at the oath-taking ceremony, including Donald Trump's advisor, Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, Jeff Bezos, executive chairman of Amazon, and Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta. They will all be at that event today in Washington, D.C. Remember, S. Jaishankar, our External Affairs Minister, will be representing India at the ceremony in Washington. Now, hours before he is in fact set to be sworn into the office, Donald Trump has also promised to sign a flurry of executive orders right after taking charge as the President of the United States. Let's take a look at what he said at that victory rally in Washington.
We need to save TikTok because we're talking about a tremendous... Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. And frankly, we have no choice. We have to save it. A lot of jobs. We don't want to give our business to China. We don't want to give our business to other people. The invasion of our borders will have come to a halt, and all the illegal border trespassers will in some form or another be on their way back home. All of this in the Middle East in less than 3 months without being president. We've achieved more without being president than they've achieved in 4 years with being president.
Now, Donald Trump is preparing to reshape the federal government like no modern president before him. His administration plans to dismantle the so-called deep state by stripping job protections from approximately 50,000 federal employees through an executive order on day one. Critics warn this move could spread fear among federal workers, while unions say it undermines government independence. Here's how Trump 2.0 is likely to deal with global conflicts and security.
Donald Trump wins the presidency. What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality.
President-elect Donald Trump's return to the White House ushers a new and volatile era.
And we will make America great again.
Especially when it comes to Washington's trade and immigration policies. Over the past 2 months, even before taking office, Trump has vowed to make big changes, from imposing massive tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and India to offering to acquire Greenland and the Panama Canal. Trump first began his expansionist claims with the US's immediate neighbor Canada, trolling Prime Minister Justin Trudeau by stating that Canada would love to be the 51st state of the US, to which Trudeau responded harshly, saying not a snowball's chance in hell that Canada would join the US. Trump's offer to take over Greenland through a purchase or by force, calling it a necessity for Washington, evoked a sharp response from Greenland's leader, stating that the future of the territory was their business, while France too extended its support to Greenland, stating that the EU will not let nations attack its sovereign borders. Trump's return is set to start a tariff war between Washington and its major trading partners, particularly China, the EU, and others. The president-elect has vowed to slap a 25% tariff on imports from Mexico and Canada, top US trading partners, for failing to stop the flow of drugs and undocumented migrants into the United States. Trump has threatened to impose a 60% tariff on Chinese products and has also threatened India with reciprocal tariffs after accusing New Delhi of abusing the trade ties between the two countries. He's also threatened the EU nations of significant tariffs unless the bloc significantly increases its purchases of US oil and gas. Trump 2.0's biggest focus will be the estimated 11 million undocumented migrants. Reports suggest that raids to detain and deport migrants living in the US without permission are set to begin on the first full day of President-elect Trump's new administration. He's also vowed to end birthright citizenship, calling it ridiculous. In India, all eyes are on the Trump administration's policies on the H-1B visa program, which caused a fierce war of words between Elon Musk, Trump's key ally, and his populist far-right MAGA voter base. President-elect Trump returns to the White House stronger than ever before. Time will tell what his lasting legacy will be. As of now, markets world over are bracing for uncertainty. With Disha Bagchi, Bureau Report, NDTV World.
Now, big tech moguls are all expected to attend Trump's oath-taking ceremony today in a way indicating that they are ready to align themselves and their company's policies to be on the right side of Donald Trump. His critics feel that this would give Trump an inordinate amount of control over how people are consuming information. Take a look at this report.
CEOs, many were once his vocal critics. Tech titans like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg are not only attending Trump's inauguration, they've also contributed millions to his inaugural fund. So what's behind this surprising shift? With key issues like social media regulation, AI, and antitrust scrutiny on the horizon, tech companies are facing growing challenges that could reshape their industries. Major players like Meta, Apple, Amazon, and Alphabet, already under the microscope for antitrust concerns, are hoping to influence the incoming president's approach to these critical issues. The shift is likely part of the tech industry's urgent effort to avoid tougher regulations. From safeguarding children online to navigating artificial intelligence regulation, it seems these companies are seeking to establish a more favorable relationship with the next administration. Mark Zuckerberg's shift is particularly striking. From once banning the president-elect from Meta platforms, Zuckerberg is now adopting policies aligned with the Republican agenda, including ending the company's fact-checking program. Even TikTok's Xu Zhiqiu is looking to Trump for help, with the president-elect indicating he may give TikTok a 90-day reprieve from its nationwide ban.
Stand here? Okay, well, thank you.
So what lies ahead for tech under Trump? a major shift in AI policy is expected, with the administration likely to ease regulations to encourage innovation. We may also see changes in tech regulations around content moderation and platform liability. With big tech now attempting to align with Trump, the stage is set for a pivotal second term, one that could reshape the future of tech regulation and policy in America. These high-profile tech titans will be at the swearing-in ceremony supporting not just a new president, but a new era of collaboration between Washington and Silicon Valley. With Samia Afsar, Bureau Report, NDTV World.
And I spoke earlier to VOA correspondent Jessica Stone, who's present in Washington, D.C. to cover the oath ceremony. Jessica explains how the event today will be a first in many ways.
Yes, indeed. It'll be inside for the first time in 40 years. Not since Reagan's second inauguration has a U.S. president been sworn in inside the Capitol Rotunda, but that is where Donald Trump will be sworn in by the Chief Justice of the United States on the Supreme Court, Justice John Roberts. And that will come just after J.D. Vance, his vice president, is sworn in by a different Supreme Court Justice, Brett Kavanaugh. There's room in the Capitol Rotunda for maybe about 50 or 60 VIPs and dignitaries. Trump on Truth Social saying that they will be invited, but not naming any of them. So we don't know exactly who will have an eyewitness account of the swearing-in ceremonies. We know that Trump has brought his family Bible, a Bible that he says he got during his youth in church in New York State, and another family Bible will be used to swear in J.D. Vance, something from his grandmother. If you've read Hillbilly Elegy, his memoir, you'll note that he's particularly close with his maternal grandmother who raised him. And so there will be some music on either side of those presentations, and afterwards there will be a speech by President Trump. And we'll have to see just the nature of that, but we are hearing that it will be more positive than it was 8 years ago, a speech for 16 minutes in which President Trump laid out a vision of doom and gloom, really, for the United States. And this time he's expected to be more positive, more forward-looking, and calling for a revolution of common sense.
And among his many campaign promises, Donald Trump has also promised to end the Russia-Ukraine war. So what can we expect in terms of Trump's focus areas and big geopolitical issues? Take a look at this.
Trump has left the building. We can now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency. What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality.
As Donald Trump returns to the White House, the world braces itself for a seismic shift in global security.
America great again.
His style of high-stakes diplomacy is back, and it's already rattling the international stage. Trump's approach is as blunt as ever.
And I will never, ever let you down.
On January 7th, he warned Israel's Netanyahu.
All hell will break out in the Middle East.
All hell will break loose if hostages aren't freed in Gaza. The result, a shaky peace deal, brokered by Joe Biden, but pushed forward by Trump's iron fist. But this is only the beginning. From Greenland to the Panama Canal, Trump's claims of restoring American dominance are creating waves. With Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, expect hawkish policies aimed at China's growing influence in the region. Beijing may have its sights on Latin America, but Trump is hell-bent on keeping them at bay. But it's Russia that's the real wild card. Trump has promised a peace deal to end the war in Ukraine. Will he deliver? A deal could free up US resources, but will it divide the West further? A showdown with China looms, but this time, Trump may be willing to negotiate. China's growing presence in the Americas could be Trump's next battlefield. His administration has already signaled it will ramp up tariffs. political pressure, and confrontations to push Beijing out of critical trade routes, especially in the Panama Canal. And Europe's security? Well, it looks like Trump's cutting back on commitments. He's demanding NATO allies pay their fair share. After all, Washington foots nearly 70% of NATO's bill. But West Asia could see Trump scaling back as well, focusing more on economic pressure and less on boots on the ground. Trump's return to power promises a world that is more transactional and less ideological. For better or worse, global security is now a high-stakes poker game, and Donald Trump holds all the chips. NDTV Bureau Report.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, who will be present in Washington for that event, has said that the inauguration of US President Donald Trump, which he is going to attend, as I mentioned, could have profound consequences for the global order, spelling out some of the challenges and opportunities India could face over the next 4 years. The incoming Trump administration could impact India, particularly when it comes to trade and immigration rules. And what's happening in the crypto world just ahead of Trump's inauguration? Well, it's Donald Trump versus Melania Trump here as well. Sakshi Bajaj explains.
Ahead of Donald Trump's inauguration, it is the war of meme coins between US President-elect Donald Trump and his wife Melania Trump. Donald Trump's meme coin saw a rapid rise before crashing over 50% after the launch of Melania Trump's Melania coin. The crypto world was rocked this weekend as Donald Trump's official meme coin made a grand debut ahead of his inauguration, briefly soaring in value before crashing spectacularly. Now, Melania Trump, the incoming First Lady, introduced her own meme coin, Melania. And of course, this new coin caused a temporary 50% decline in value of her husband's Trump meme coin. Trump's coin skyrocketed upon its debut, reaching a staggering over 15 billion, nearly 15 billion in market value, making it one of the top 20 cryptocurrencies. However, the excitement has been short-lived. Melania's coin debut had an immediate impact on the value of Trump's meme coin. Now, analysts believe meme coins' euphoria, as the euphoria meme coins will be short-lived altogether due to the lack of fundamentals and use cases at the moment.
Shifting focus now to domestic stories, and Kolkata rape and murder convict Sanjay Roy has been sentenced to life in jail by a court today. Remember, he's been convicted for the gruesome rape and murder of a 31-year-old doctor inside the RG Kaur hospital in Kolkata last August. The CBI had demanded death sentence, but the court, while pronouncing the sentence, said it was not the rarest of rare case. Meanwhile, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has said that if her government had the case, they would have presented stronger arguments in court to ensure a death penalty.
आज जो संजय का जो दोषी साब्यस्त किया था 18 जनवरी 2025 में, जो आज का सीबीआई का चार्जशीट और ट्रायल का बाद आज जो फांसी का जो सवाल उठा था, फांसी नहीं हुआ, उन लोग को आमृत्यु जो कारावास आमृत्यु जेल उनको हुआ, और उसी का साथ साथ फाइन भी हुआ 3 सेक्शन में। उनको संजय का जो केस है, राष्ट्र के स्टेट को डायरेक्शन दिया लर्नेड कोर्ट, जो 10 लाख को और 7 लाख और 10 लाख मोट 17 लाख उनको फैमिली को क्षतिपूरण, विक्टिम का फैमिली को क्षतिपूरण देने के लिए निर्देश दिया।
আমরা প্রথম দিন থেকে ফাঁসির দাবি করে এসেছিলাম, কিন্তু আমি জানি না এটা একটা সিরিয়াস কেস এবং এটা নিয়ে ফাঁসি দাবি আমাদের সবার ছিল। সেক্ষেত্রে বিচারের রায় নিয়ে আমি আমার কথা বলতে পারি। আমরা এটাই বলেছিলাম, আমাদের হাতে কেসটা থাকলে আমরা কিন্তু অনেক দিন আগেই ফাঁসির অর্ডার দিয়ে দিতে পারতাম, ফাঁসির অর্ডার করে দিতে পারতাম। ডিটেলসটা তো আমি জানি না, ডিটেলসটা তো সিবিআই করেছে।
देखिए, फांसी का सजा तो मिलना ही चाहिए संजय रॉय को, लेकिन हम लोग खुश नहीं है। हम लोग इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन से खुश नहीं है। सीबीआई को सप्लीमेंट्री चार्जशीट देना पड़ेगा। और कौन कौन है संजय रॉय के साथ थे? आज मुख्यमंत्री का पुलिस, मुख्यमंत्री का प्रशासन जो सीबीआई बोला कि एविडेंस टैंपर हुआ है, संजय राय को बचाने के लिए टैंपर किया है, ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता। शाम को 6 बजे के बाद पोस्टमार्टम हुआ, संजय राय को बचाने के लिए, ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता।
Right, those are the reactions coming in on this big story. We've heard both the Bengal Chief Minister there as well as Bengal BJP leader Agnimitra Paul, both essentially saying that they are not really happy with the sentencing of the convict in this case. But for the moment, we do understand that Shialda court, a Kolkata court, has in fact awarded life imprisonment to the convict in the RG Kaur rape and murder case, Sanjay Roy. And this is, of course, after CBI had demanded death sentence in court. We will, of course, have to wait and see the detailed order which comes out from the Kolkata court, where there will be more details as to the rationale that was used by the judges there. But this is, of course, remember, a case which saw massive protests, not just in Kolkata, not just by the RG Kaur doctors, but by doctor associations from across the country. Primarily, this was held up as an instance, as a case which largely exemplified what the doctors claimed was unsafe environment that they worked in hospitals. This, of course, also led to several petitions which were filed in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court also looked into the matter of safety of doctors. And there were, of course, SOP and guidelines which were issued by the top court following this, asking states as well as the center to ensure that there's more safety protocol followed to ensure doctors and medical practitioners' safety inside hospital premises. We've also seen the parents of the victim in this case expressing their disappointment in terms of the CBI investigation. We'll, of course, have to wait and see the reaction which comes out from them on the sentencing. But let me go across to my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who is joining us from outside that court premises. Saurabh, there are strong reactions coming in on this, but any further detail that you can share with our viewers as to what exactly the judge had to say while pronouncing the sentence?
Well, I mean, this essentially boils down to whether the court is convinced or not, whether it's the rarest of the rare category case or not. Awarding the death penalty depends on whether a case classifies as the rarest of the rare case. And there are several yardsticks to determine that. One is, of course, the heinous nature, horrific nature of the crime, the impact of the crime on society, the conduct of the criminal, the character of the criminal, but also what happens is, during awarding a death penalty, what the court will look at is whether there is any scope of reformation or not. Because this means eliminating a person from society, taking away his life, and that is something that the court will think about in terms of whether there is scope for reformation or not. And then, of course, there is the doctrine of residual doubt. Now, while, the case is proven and the conviction is secured on the principle of the charges being proven beyond reasonable doubt, there is also the doctrine of residual doubt. And that is something that was raised by the defense lawyer. For example, the evidence that can convict someone may not be good enough to secure the death penalty for the crime. So obviously, these are factors that legal arguments depend on. The public sentiment, of course, is that this is a case fit for death penalty. There's public anger, all of that. But let's also look at how cases are decided. This is the matter of law. It's a matter of the courts. It depends on what evidence comes before a court. And the court was very clear that it has decided on the basis of evidence before it. In fact, yesterday, or I beg your pardon, on Saturday, when the court actually announced its verdict and held the accused guilty and declared him a convict, even at that time, the court had said that there are certain aspects of the case which it found unsatisfactory action by the hospital administration, etc., and the authorities. So those are things that we'll get to know once that detailed judgment is out. But it's very clear the court, in its carefully considered opinion, has felt that this is not in the rarest of rare category, and therefore the death penalty has not been awarded. He has been, on all 3 charges, he has been given life imprisonment with fines on 2 charges.
Right, Saurabh Gupta there, appreciate you joining us on this story. On that note, we'll be taking a short break, but lots more lined up on the other side. News and updates will continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Donald Trump to take oath as 47th US president today. Reports suggest that Trump is going to sign a host of executive orders right after taking charge. He will also be revoking several of Biden's executive orders. Convict in the Kolkata rape and murder case, Sanjay Roy sentenced to life in jail. CBI had demanded death sentence, but the court concluded that it's not a rarest of rare case. Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee says if the case was still with their government, they would have presented stronger arguments in court to ensure a death penalty. Indian student shot dead in the United States. 26-year-old student killed in Washington, D.C. Mohammad Shami is back after an injury break. He's bowling at full tilt ahead of the T20 series versus England.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story. India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges, from AI to wars to sustainability, Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on people's platform.
Please mind the gap.
BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for Mega Metro poll coverage.
Well, I'm in Altadena. This is one of the worst hit areas. When disaster strikes, NDTV World brings you exclusive on-the-ground reports straight from the heart of the action.
A neighborhood in Los Angeles that has been devastated by fire.
I just received an emergency alert extreme which has come on my phone.
Stay tuned for NDTV World's in-depth coverage as we bring you the real stories from Los Angeles.
This is the Altadena area and there are still fires and there's a lot of smoke in the area. These houses completely gutted.
This is reporting that matters only on NDTV World.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
Welcome back. Now, the latest in the Saif Ali Khan stabbing case. The suspect is likely to be taken to the residence of the actor in Bandra to recreate the crime scene. Remember, the Mumbai police has got 5 days police custody of the accused, Mohammad Shariful Islam Shehzad. The investigation has thrown up few more details, especially about how the accused got inside Saif's house to begin with. The accused reportedly entered the house through a broken grille in the bathroom window of Jahangir's room and escaped the same way.
First, that we're very, very happy that he's recovering well, and we're very thankful, and we feel very blessed and grateful that it wasn't any worse. And thank you for all your wishes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I spoke to the doctor, and the doctor told us that he is doing great, but he will not be discharged today. Sharmila Tagore, Saif Ali Khan's mother, is still inside. As a ritual, she always makes sure she comes in. She's the first to come into the hospital in the morning, and she leaves only by evening, so she's there whole day. Kareena keeps coming in and going out whenever required. We also have seen her sister Sohali Khan and brother-in-law Kunal Khemu, who keeps coming in. Yesterday, the kids Taimur and Jay first time came to meet their father Saif after the incident, but they were there only for 20 minutes. We have seen that there have been security around the family. There was at least 5 bodyguards around Kareena and the kids when they entered and when they left in a different car. So they have tightened the security around them. These are all personal bodyguards that have been hired. They have not been given security by the government. So right now what we see is outside Leelavati. I am outside Leelavati right now. There is police in every gate. There are 2 gates. One is the entry gate and one the exit gate, and there is police in both the gates, as well as their security. The hospital security is there. Every car that goes inside is asked and checked before it goes inside as to why they are here and why they are coming to the hospital. Media is not allowed to cross the gate and come inside. We are all standing outside and waiting for the doctors to give us a report, because the doctor told me that about the discharge, that they are not sure about it yet, but whenever they come to a conclusion that they are ready to discharge him, they will give a formal statement regarding the discharge.
Today is day 2 of the police custody of the prime accused here in the Saif Ali Khan case. We are standing at one of the gates to Saif Ali Khan's apartment, and this is not the main gate, because the main gate is on the front side, but this is the back gate, the one which the the particular individual in question here, the accused, used. And you can look at this gate and make out about how vulnerable this particular gate is, right? The height of it is not too high for a man of his height and flexibility to cross. Neither do we see a lot of security here even today after such an incident taken place. Now, talking about the investigation, what is important to understand is that there are 2 important aspects that the police is looking at, at this particular moment. One is of the Bangladeshi origin of that individual, and the other, of course, is how did he manage to enter this particular place. As you can see on your screen, this is a multi-story building, right? It's got close to 11 to 12 floors. What we are made to understand up until now is that he used staircase to reach till the 8th or 9th floor of this apartment, and from there he used the AC duct to reach the 11th floor. Now, there are multiple flats belonging to Saif Ali Khan in this particular house, and Jahangir, in whose house the particular individual broke into, or in whose room he broke into first, was on the 11th floor. Now, when you talk about the investigation, although the police has been able to get a 5-day police custody, but there are several unanswered questions that they will be looking at, and which is why a scene recreation is extremely important, which will be taking place mostly at around the same time when this crime took place, that is from 1:30 a.m. till 2:30 a.m. It is likely to happen at that particular time frame, either today or tomorrow. Now, what are the unanswered questions? Firstly, he worked for a housekeeping agency, so did it have any sort of contact with Saif Ali Khan's apartment earlier, right? How was he so confident about jumping this building, going to the basement, using the stairs and reaching the 11th floor, right? Had he done a proper recce of the place? Was his sole motive just stealing, or was it something else? Because if you have to look at these statements, somewhat contradictory statements given by the nanny, who said that the individual was demanding for 1 crore rupees, but then you also have Kareena Kapoor Khan saying that when he was attacking Saif Ali Khan, there were items which were extremely expensive kept right in front of him, but he chose not to touch it. Now, was it because he was panicking, or was his real motive not to steal but to attack? Now, these are the important questions that the Mumbai police will look into in the next 4 days before they present this particular individual in court on the 24th of January. With camera person Sachin Sawant, this is Anuj Rai reporting for NDTV from Mumbai.
On to another one of our focus areas now, and that's of course the Delhi elections. BJP and Aam Aadmi Party are keeping at it as far as poster wars are concerned. Now, the BJP has taken the Ghoshna Mantri jibe at Kejriwal. On the other hand, Aam Aadmi Party has asked who's BJP's groom, or rather in a way taunting BJP for not declaring a chief ministerial face against Arvind Kejriwal. Deputy CM Manish Sisodia is contesting from Jangpura this time, shifting from his traditional seat of Patparganj in East Delhi. NDTV's Ankit Tyagi caught up with him on his campaign trail.
Manish ji, 13, 15, 20 अभी हम नेहरू नगर के इलाके में हैं. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर, थैंक यू सो मच. तो ये अभी डोर टू डोर कैंपेनिंग में थे. आज फायदा ये हुआ है कि थोड़ा धूप है तो आसानी से डोर टू डोर कैंपेनिंग हो पा रही है. और मनीष जी को हमने बीच में पकड़ा तो हमने कहा थोड़ा चाय जब वो पियेंगे इतनी देर में हम बात भी कर लेंगे. ये चाय की दुकान जरा दिखा दीजिए आप इनको. यहाँ पर ये चाय की दुकान है, बिल्कुल नेहरू नगर अगर आप एंटर करते हैं तो वहीं पर ये सोनू टी स्टॉल है, वहीं पर हम इस वक्त बैठे हुए हैं. पर सर ये बताइए 13, 15, 20 क्या ये मनीष सिसोदिया और आम आदमी पार्टी का सबसे कठिन चुनाव है?
हर चुनाव मुझे तो कठिन ही लगा है और हमने यही मान के लड़ा है कि चुनाव कठिन है, पूरी ताकत से लड़ना है, कहीं भी किसी भी गलतफहमी में नहीं रहना है कि नहीं चिंता मत करो. काम किया है पर लोगों के बीच जाना और वोट मांगना और उनसे डिस्कस करना कि हमारा विजन क्या है, उनकी ज़रूरत क्या है, उसका सॉल्यूशन क्या है, उस सब पे चर्चा करना, वो नहीं करेंगे तो कठिन ही है.
लेकिन a lot of people would say कि थोड़ा सा जब आप सत्ता में रहते हैं ना तो एक एडेड फैक्टर आपके खिलाफ काम करना शुरू करता है, वो होता है एंटी इनकम्बेंसी. भाई आप जब लोगों के लिए काम करेंगे तो कुछ लोगों को वो काम पसंद आएंगे, कुछ को नहीं आएंगे, कुछ को लगेगा सरकार हमारी बातें सुन रही है, कुछ को लगेगा नहीं सुन रही है. तो इस बार अब मोटा मोटा 10 साल की 11 साल की एंटी इनकम्बेंसी भी आपके खिलाफ काम कर रही है. तो आपको लगता है कि और फिर एमसीडी भी इस बार आपके पास थी, तो अब वो नहीं कह सकते कि देखिए एमसीडी बीजेपी की है.
नहीं, वो तो हम ये कूड़े के पहाड़ों को छोड़ के बाकी सब पे तो साफ सफाई से लेके एमसीडी के सारे काम 2015 से हम नहीं कराए हैं. 10,000 किलोमीटर की सड़कें एमसीडी की हमने बनवाई तब जब एमसीडी हमारे पास नहीं थी. तो हमने कभी ये काम में कोताही नहीं की कि एमसीडी हमारे पास नहीं है तो दिल्ली में सड़कें हम नहीं बनवाएंगे एमसीडी वाली. दिल्ली में पीडब्ल्यूडी की तो 1300 किलोमीटर की सड़क है, लेकिन 10,000 किलोमीटर की तो एमसीडी की सड़कें केजरीवाल सरकार के समय में बनी हैं, जो केजरीवाल जी की सरकार ने बनवाई हैं. एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थोड़ा बहुत रहता है निश्चित रूप से, वो तो 4 दिन बाद से लोगों के उसमें शुरू हो जाता है. भाई मैं परसों आपसे मिला था, आपने वो काम नहीं किया या उस पर वो रेस्पॉन्स नहीं दिया. लेकिन एक फ़ायदा ये है कि 10 साल में जब आप काम करते हो ना, ख़ास तौर से स्कूल, अस्पताल, बिजली, पानी, तीर्थ यात्रा, फ्री बस सर्विस, इतने सारे काम केजरीवाल सरकार के समय पे हुए हैं. एक्सीडेंट विक्टिम्स के लिए मदद, हर योजना का बेनिफिशरी कहीं ना कहीं बैठा है. उसकी कहीं कोई छोटी मोटी शिकायत भी है तो उसको कॉन्फिडेंस केजरीवाल जी पे ही है. अपनी शिकायत के प्रति भी कि मेरी शिकायत होगी तो केजरीवाल जी की सरकार ही ठीक करेगी, ये उसको कॉन्फिडेंस है.
सर चाय लेते रहिएगा, चाय ठंडी हो जाएगी. पर मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगा क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीज़ें आपसे बात करने को हैं. पिछली बार जब आप चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया चुनाव लड़ रहे थे. ओहदा बड़ी चीज़ होती है मनीष जी, मतलब एक लोग देखते हैं कि भाई देखिए ये मंत्री जी हैं, इनको वोट देंगे तो हमारा काम जल्दी हो जाएगा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी की तरक्की जल्दी हो जाएगी. इस बार मनीष सिसोदिया उप मुख्यमंत्री नहीं है. मनीष सिसोदिया के जीवन में पिछले 2 साल में ज़बरदस्त उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं, तो उसका फ़ायदा हो रहा है या नुकसान हो रहा है?
नहीं, फ़ायदा नुकसान उसका कुछ मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है ऐसा. मैं जहाँ भी जा रहा हूँ तो इस विधानसभा में, जंगपुरा विधानसभा में, मुझे हर कॉलोनी में कोई ना कोई परिवार, कोई ना कोई बच्चे गली से निकल के ऐसे आ जाते हैं जो कहते हैं जी मैं तो स्कूल में था जब आप आते थे मेरे स्कूल में, मैं पढ़ा हुआ हूँ. या अभी मैं कल किसी स्लम्स में घूम रहा था, वहाँ कोई अपनी लड़की को लेके आया, मतलब उसके घर से आगे निकल गया, बोले जी मेरी तो बेटी डीयू में पढ़ रही है सिर्फ इसलिए क्योंकि आपके स्कूल अच्छे हो गए थे. तो यहाँ के जंगपुरा विधानसभा के स्कूलों में मैंने तब काम किया जब मैं यहाँ से विधायक नहीं था, और हज़ारों हज़ार परिवार ऐसे हैं जिनके बच्चों को अच्छी एजुकेशन मिली है. फिर बात मेरी नहीं है, बात बिजली के बिल 0 आ रहे हैं बहुत घरों में. 24 घंटे बिजली को लोग मानते हैं. लोगों को याद है कि इन्वर्टर का युग खत्म हुआ तो केजरीवाल जी की वजह से खत्म हुआ. तो ये सारी चीज़ें कहीं ना कहीं क्लब होके एक प्लस पॉइंट दे रही हैं.
And the World Economic Forum begins from today in Davos, Switzerland. More than 350 government leaders are expected to participate this year, including 60 heads of state. My colleague Vishnu Shom is at Davos, getting us a series of exclusive interviews on the sidelines of the WEF. Now here he is speaking to Nadir Godrej, Chairman and MD of Godrej Industries Limited.
Welcome to Davos, Switzerland, where the annual general meeting of the World Economic Forum kicks off today. It is an important year. The focus of the world will certainly be not just on what's happening over here, which is always sets the agenda in a sense for countries around the world, but for also what's happening in the United States, where Donald Trump comes back as President of the United States, the Trump presidency back in sharp focus. All of that will be taking place in the United States today. There is also, of course, the big international theme, the big international issue of hostages who were held by terrorists in Gaza being returned to Israel. So that's certainly something that adds impetus to the international focus of the World Economic Forum. Over the next couple of days, we'll be speaking to several international leaders here, thinkers over here. We'll also be speaking to several Indian leaders. That's because India is very much a focus on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum, on the promenade, which is a short distance away from me, where you've got several Indian pavilions. Ashwini Vaishnav, the minister, is heading the Indian delegation, and the focus of the Indian delegation, along with that of several chief ministers who are also here, is on democratizing technology, on the issue of inclusion, inclusive growth, investment in social, physical and digital infrastructure, and as I said, democratizing technology. In addition to Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, there are several other union ministers over here as well, but also several chief ministers, including the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister of Telangana Revant Reddy, and Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh here as well. What is the significance of the World Economic Forum? That's something that will also be looked at over a period of time. But certainly economic growth, the changing nature of the workforce, artificial intelligence, sustainable development and climate remain perpetual issues of concern over here and will certainly be looked at very closely. In Davos, Vishnu Shom for NDTV. One of the big themes at the World Economic Forum for the last couple of years has certainly been artificial intelligence. But the future of food and agriculture is certainly something that's absolutely critical. There's nobody better to speak about this than Nadir Godrej, the chairperson of Godrej Agrovet. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. Great to speak to you once again. When one speaks about artificial intelligence and the agriculture sector and food processing, what is the link?
Artificial intelligence has a big role to play in the food sector. And in Godrej Agrovet, we are using artificial intelligence in several areas. We have a crop protection business where we produce chemicals that help to protect the crops. And to find out about crop diseases, we use photographs and we use artificial intelligence to study the photographs of the crops and determine what kind of disease it is. And that is very useful. In our oil palm business, we take satellite photographs of all our oil palm plantations, which are owned by smallholders, and they don't have the wherewithal to manage the plantations very efficiently. But once we see the photographs, we can give them advice. We can tell them what kind of fertilizer to use. We also do soil testing. All that gets analyzed, and wherever possible, we use artificial intelligence and give them the right advice to improve their yields and the quality of the oil they produce.
And therefore reducing inputs like fertilizers, reducing costs as well. Is that something that improves with the use of technology such as AI?
Absolutely, because once you know the exact conditions of the crop, you don't overuse fertilizers. And overusing fertilizers causes pollution and damages the soil. But if you use the right amount, it's very good.
And you are collaborating with tech firms as well around the world. How is that working?
We do, but we also we have a lot of artificial intelligence professionals in our own organizations as well, and it's working out well. We also use artificial intelligence in our food businesses to manage the stores. We see what is the shelf space share we have by photographs of the stores, which all gets analyzed by artificial intelligence, so it makes all our sales staff very productive.
Today, of course, is a very interesting day with the Trump presidency. And I think from an India standpoint, the issue of tariffs is critical and obviously critical to agriculture as well. Yes. So how do you look at that?
It is going to be a challenge for us. On some items, we have high tariffs. it would be good for us to proactively reduce some of those tariffs. We no longer need such high tariffs for protection of our industries. And already many people are manufacturing, the foreign companies who were importing those products are already manufacturing in India. So by reducing some of these tariffs, we can make sure that we are not hit by high tariffs. And if China is hit by high tariffs, we are likely to benefit.
Sustainability is absolutely key. Sustainable development techniques are critical. It's also very much an agenda this time around. But for you at Godrej Agrovet, how are you incorporating that in your manufacture?
Right. Not only in Godrej Agrovet, but in all our businesses, sustainability is very important. In 2010, we launched our Good and Green program for environmental sustainability as well as social sustainability, and it was working out very well. Subsequently, we had compulsory CSR spends, and we used those to help socially benefit society at large as well as reach our sustainable goals. For example, to reduce carbon emissions, we use green energy, we use a certain amount of solar, wind, but more so we use biomass. In the oil palm industry, biomass is a byproduct of oil palm, so we use that biomass. In other industries, we buy biomass such as groundnut shell powder. We are doing experiments with bamboo. Bamboo can be grown on a large scale as a very good source of biomass. The nice thing about biomass, it's a round-the-clock source. You can run and you can generate both electricity and steam. We need a lot of steam in our businesses. Then we do a lot of water projects. The cost of a water project is very small, and we conserve water for 10 to 15 years, which is the lifetime of the project, at a rather low cost of 15 to 20 rupees per kiloliter saved annually. Wow, so that's very economical. And we did quite a few projects in collaboration with NABARD, and we're continuing some projects near our factories as well. So not only do the farmers benefit, not only do trees grow in those areas, so carbon also gets captured, but we also protect the water supply to our own factories.
One final question. We face a crisis of air pollution across North India. A significant part of that is because of, agricultural residue being burnt in states like Haryana, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh. It's not one specific state. Is there a technology solution to this where that stubble can be used to generate, for example, energy?
Yes, the stubble can be used for biomass. The stubble can also be put back into the soil so the carbon helps the next.
So why aren't we doing it, sir?
Because the farmers are in a hurry. And by promoting only wheat and rice, we are making a big mistake. We should get the farmers to grow other crops, have a bigger gap between the two crops. If the gap is very narrow, the only solution seems to be burning. But if they can manage a slightly longer gap, we can fit in the other solutions.
Which are what, sir?
Which, as I said, to collect the biomass and use it as a biomass fuel in a factory. Right. Or to put it underground, where it improves the soil quality. There's less value to that, but at least the carbon emissions are not going to be very bad.
Right.
So, and that can improve the crop yields. So there are many solutions, but the important thing is that we should encourage a wide variety of crops and not just rely on wheat and rice, which is aggravating this problem. And for whatever raw materials we buy from the farmers, such as maize and soya beans, we are encouraging the farmers to use sustainable practice. Regenerative agriculture helps the soil improve, reduces the carbon emissions, and it doesn't cost much. It costs a little bit more in the first few years, but the yields improve as well. So if someone finances that, it could easily be done. Lots can be done to make agriculture sustainable, and we should all work on that.
Wonderful speaking to you. How many times have you been to Davos?
I've lost count, but I think it must be 11 or 12 times.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. There you have Mr. Nadir Godrej speaking to us, not just about his business, but about the larger theme about sustainability in agriculture. There is a solution to the mess that we face in North India when it comes to agricultural stubble burning, but reducing carbon footprint, so very important. And of course, the use of artificial intelligence in agriculture as well.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025.
and welcome. You're watching the very special edition of India Global, where we focus on the 47th president to be in the US, Donald Trump. But first up, the headlines. Donald Trump to take oath as the 47th US president. Donald Trump is all set to sign over 200 executive orders on day one that will focus on immigration, border security, and energy. Donald Trump holds a mega rally of his MAGA supporters before taking office, and he vows that he will end 4 years of American decline. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar meets his Japanese and Australian counterparts ahead of Donald Trump's return, and Quad shares an unwavering commitment to Indo-Pacific, says Dr. Jaishankar. Chinese Vice President meets Elon Musk as TikTok ban is revoked, and he also meets the US Vice President-elect J.D. Vance ahead of Trump 2.0. All right, our first story that we are focusing on, President-elect Donald Trump is all set to take the oath of office, officially becoming the 47th President of the United States. His swearing-in today caps off one of the most remarkable political comebacks in American history as he begins his second term. But the festivities will look a bit different this year due to sub-freezing temperatures that are forecasted, and the inauguration ceremony will take place indoors, something that hasn't happened in 40 years, where it has always been the iconic Capitol Hill steps where every American president is sworn in. The event this time will also see a number of high-profile global leaders in attendance, including Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and Argentinian President Javier Milei. Take a look at this report that gives you the entire story in greater detail.
President-elect Donald Trump is all set to be sworn in as the 47th President of the United States in a historic ceremony at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. The event will feature a star-studded lineup including celebrities, foreign dignitaries, and tech titans, marking the beginning of Trump's second term in office. So, what can we expect from this momentous event? For one, Mother Nature is throwing a curveball. The ceremony will now take place indoors due to a bone-chilling cold front sweeping through the Capitol. Instead of the usual outdoor setting, the president's inaugural address, along with other key speeches, will be delivered from the iconic rotunda of the U.S. Capitol. The inaugural parade will be held indoors at Washington's Capital One Arena. A global lineup of leaders is set to grace the inauguration, with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, Argentinian President Javier Milei, and Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban among the prominent figures expected to attend. Chinese President Xi Jinping will not attend the ceremony, but is instead sending the Vice President as a special envoy. India will be represented by External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, while Japan's Foreign Minister Takeshi Iwaya has also confirmed his participation. All living former U.S. presidents will be present with their spouses, continuing a long-standing tradition. However, former First Lady Michelle Obama has chosen to skip the event, offering no explanation for her absence. Both female candidates who lost the race to the White House to Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton in 2016 and Kamala Harris last November, will be present. Some of the world's most influential business figures will be attending. Tesla CEO and staunch Trump supporter Elon Musk, Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos, and Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg are expected to be seated together. TikTok CEO Xiaozi Chu will join the high-profile guest list just as a nationwide TikTok ban takes effect. He's likely to sit alongside the tech mogul trio. Google CEO Sundar Pichai will also be making his way to the Capitol for the occasion. The ceremony will feature a lineup of iconic musical performances. Opera singer Christopher Machio will perform the national anthem. Country legend Lee Greenwood will bring the spirit of patriotism alive with God Bless the USA. And Carrie Underwood will sing America the Beautiful. With protests expected, thousands of federal agents, police, and other law enforcement will be on hand. President-elect Trump's inauguration is set to be a defining moment. As the world watches, the ceremony marks the start of a second term for Trump, setting the stage for what's to come in American politics. Samia Afsar, NDTV World.
All right, it's going to be a star-studded affair. But ahead of taking office, President-elect Donald Trump held his final Make America Great Again or MAGA rally on the eve of his inauguration to promise swift day-one action, remarking that the federal government and far as shifting priorities on everything from cracking down on the US-Mexico border to promoting oil drilling or liquid gold, as he actually called fossil fuels in that rally. Trump promised to rein in the federal workforce and eradicate diversity programs. In fact, he spoke at length about them. He also vowed to close the curtain on 4 long years of American decline. Listen in to some of the snippets of his over 70-minute-long address in that DC rally.
We need to save TikTok because we're talking about a tremendous... Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. And frankly, we have no choice. We have to save it. A lot of jobs. We don't want to give our business to China. We don't want to give our business to other people. The invasion of our borders will have come to a halt, and all the illegal border trespassers will in some form or another be on their way back home. All of this in the Middle East in less than 3 months without being president. We've achieved more without being president than they've achieved in 4 years with being president.
All right, now let's get in Jessica Stone, a correspondent joining me from Washington, D.C. She's a correspondent with the Voice of America. Jessica, good to have you on the show. And let me start by asking you, it's a star-studded affair. We've told our viewers what all is expected, but talk to us about how different this ceremony is going to be. It's breaking a fair bit of records, but talk to us about the expectation, and how DC is. It's actually painted red after a very long time.
That's true. The excitement is definitely in the air here in Washington, D.C. as the sun is rising over the Capitol. And that is it's going to be a sunny day, it really here, but very, very cold, as you know, and as we've been talking about, which means that for the first time in 40 years, all of the events have been moved inside. The swearings in, the national anthem, the songs, the music, the pageantry, the speeches, all of it inside either the Capitol or an arena not far from the U.S. Capitol. We know that the president-elect is beginning his day in about an hour's time at a church service across the park from the White House, and then we'll join President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden at tea at the White House before heading over to the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremonies for both the Vice President and the President, which will take place in the Capitol Rotunda, which again is not a normal place for that swearing-in to take place. When you look back through archived videos, you see so many videos and pictures of the previous U.S. presidents taking the oath of office outside on the West Front steps. And that will not be the case for this second Trump term. He will take the oath of office on his own Bible from childhood, administered by the Chief Justice John Roberts. But inside the Capitol Rotunda, where only about 50 or 60 people can probably attend. We are told through social media by Trump that he's invited dignitaries, but he hasn't named anyone, and VIPs. Of course, we expect that his family would be there and close advisors. But this will be a much more low-key, understated event. Of course, it's coming off a pretty high-octane event last night at the Capital One Arena, where he had his rally, and he will be heading back to that location after the swearing in. We're not quite sure where the speech will take place. I think it's going to be taking place in the Capitol Rotunda, all of it being streamed live to the folks in the Capital One Arena. But there are only 20,000 seats in that arena, as opposed to the 240 or 50,000 tickets that were issued to witness the inauguration swearing in and speeches on the West Front lawn. So that is a big gap, and all of those folks now have to find a place to stay warm and to be able to view the proceedings. That may pack our bars and restaurants over to the brim, hotels and the like, because this has been a season of celebration for those folks coming in from out of town in particular.
Absolutely. I want to ask that, already a lot has been spoken. Donald Trump has already, in fact, laid out his policy agenda for the next 4 years. But what more is likely to be expected in his first speech as the next president?
We fully expect this president to set a record for executive orders on day one, at least 100, if not 200 executive orders in the offing. We expect him to sign those executive orders throughout the day, reversing Biden policies on immigration, on climate change, on diversity, equity, and inclusion hiring practices in the federal government, on a mandate or allowing federal workers not to have to come to the office. We expect a lot of changes, allowing for drilling on federal lands of oil and gas, of exploration to take place, reversing renewable energy mandates by the Biden administration. And then, of course, on immigration, as I mentioned earlier, we expect a raft of executive orders on that as well, reversing amnesty policy and procedures, not the ability to declare amnesty or apply for asylum when you come to this country, but the way that that is handled afterwards. We expect that there will be a rollback of those, as well as a surge of resources to the southern border under the form of a national emergency declaration by this president. And let's not forget TikTok. We know that this president has already said he's going to issue an executive order to delay and extend the period of time in which TikTok can reach an agreement to have its parent company divest from this app and allow some sort of U.S. ownership to take place. We don't know what that deal is going to look like, but we know that this president, after initiating this whole conversation 5 years ago, is now a fan of TikTok and wants to be able to keep it under some kind of U.S. ownership or Western ownership.
All right, we leave it there. Jessica Stone, really appreciate you taking out the time to really decode what all is likely to happen. Star-studded affair and a lot likely to happen as well. All right, shifting, in fact, to External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar, who is also in Washington, D.C. to attend President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration. He stated that Trump's return could have profound consequences for the global order, with various challenges and opportunities for the India-U.S. relationship, especially when it comes to trade and immigration. As per reports, Dr. Jaishankar is expected to be the first foreign minister to meet Trump's pick for Secretary of State, that is Marco Rubio, once he is confirmed as the Secretary of State. President-elect Donald Trump has made it a priority to take the India-U.S. relationship to the next level. That's what reports indicate, that Dr. Jaishankar has also met with his Australian and Japanese counterparts in Washington, D.C., and more bilateral cooperation is likely, especially when it comes to the Quad. All right, let's get in my colleague Mohammad Ghazali to really talk to us about what more can happen, the priorities here, the fact that there could be a Quad meeting on the sidelines in fact, less than a day after Donald Trump takes over as the next president, is indicative, Ghazali, of the kind of importance of India as well as Indo-Pacific.
Certainly, the Quad foreign ministers meet just happening a day after his swearing in or after the inauguration, the very next day, certainly shows the kind of relevance it holds for America's foreign policy when it comes to the Quad summit or to the basic idea when Quad was formed, and that too it was formed under Mr. Trump's first presidency. So that is a fact which Mr. Jaishankar has been reiterating time and again. He has been asked about what India should expect under his second presidency, and he said the kind of bonhomie he has with Mr. Modi. And besides all that, when it comes to policy decisions, Mr. Trump is really unpredictable because he has taken some U-turns even before getting into office when it came to providing aid to Ukraine. But the Secretary of State, the incoming Secretary of State, Mr. Rubio, has been, he's a known China hawk. He has been backing India by passing some of the prominent bills supporting India-US joint cooperation when it comes to the defense sector, space technology, and he's been backing that India's position as an ally of US should be elevated to the status of Israel, South Korea, other NATO allies. So this shows that India certainly has a game to play. India certainly has a chance to sort of recalibrate its entire approach when it comes to India-US relationship, when it comes to trade ties, because tariff was one issue which came under discussion when Mr. Trump was quoted saying that perhaps those who are talking about de-dollarization, hinting towards the BRICS countries, that they will face the consequences. And India was the first to react, saying that we don't support de-dollarization. And India has never been supportive of the idea. It was just an idea floated by the other members of the BRICS. So India has been very consistent when it comes to its own position and relations with the United States and many other countries, that it's very mutually exclusive. It's not related to what other members are doing. So certainly Dr. Jaishankar is there. He's representing India in this ceremony there. And it is expected that the first meeting of Quad foreign ministers will happen or will be held tomorrow after the Secretary of State, Mr. Rubio, incoming Secretary of State, he takes over in the office and then confirms the meeting schedule. But it is very significant that Indian Foreign Minister is there, and key issues will certainly be discussed besides trade ties, besides security cooperation and other issues.
Absolutely. Mohammad Ghazali, appreciate you taking out the time to really connect the dots for us in terms of the significance of the India-US relationship, the significance of Quad, and what will really be the future of Indo-US ties under Trump 2.0. We're slipping into a very short break. We come back with our rolling coverage of Trump 2.0 impact on India, including an interesting conversation with Ritesh Malik and what could be the Musk factor in the India-US relationship. Stay with us.
Well, I'm in Altadena. This is one of the worst hit areas. When disaster strikes, NDTV World brings you exclusive on-the-ground reports straight from the heart of the action.
A neighborhood in Los Angeles that has been devastated by fire.
I just received an emergency alert extreme, which has come on my phone.
Stay tuned for NDTV World's in-depth coverage as we bring you the real stories from Los Angeles.
This is the Altadena area, and there are still fires and there's a lot of smoke in the area. These houses completely gutted.
This is reporting that matters only on NDTV World.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th.
Welcome back. You're watching a very special edition of India Global, the Trump takeover. And the question we are asking now is that during this Trump era, will it be advantage India or not? And to talk about that, I'm joined by Ritesh Malik, who's a young entrepreneur and a startup investor who also was part of the team of Indian founders who met Elon Musk last week. Ritesh, good to have you on the show. Let me start by asking you about, well, first things first, what was the experience like when you met Elon Musk? You were part of the team that saw the entire rocket launch. Your takeaways and experience of that entire day and that entire experience?
No, so we were a group of Indian founders and business leaders who took the trip to first Washington, D.C. To explore what Trump 2.0 holds. And as a part of India Global Forum, went to meet Mr. Musk. But the most exciting part was the launch of Starship Flight 7, which was it's a once in a lifetime opportunity to witness a rocket go up and half of it come down, and very exciting, and our interaction with Mr. Musk was extremely inspiring for young founders like me to actually think out of the box and to ensure that we not only just do incremental innovation, but we also focus on exponential disruptions in emerging sectors like space, mobility, etc. So very interesting, and especially the timing of it is extremely important. As Mr. Trump takes over as the president of America, there will be a massive dominion shift in global politics. So I think India will be the biggest benefactor of tariffs on China. And at scale, I genuinely feel that Indo-US partnership will be solidified by technology leadership and creating products that help the humanity.
You mentioned technology. How do you see this collaboration between India and US under Trump 2.0?
I think it'll be amazing. It'll be, in my opinion, it'll be much better than the one that we had under the leadership of Mr. Biden. The good part is that Mr. Trump has got leaders like Elon Musk guiding him on how the future of America should look like. And Elon and all the technology leaders understand the contribution of India, not only in providing talent for large tech companies. You see, a lot of large tech companies are actually run by Indians, but also the fact that not only in the US, but in India, technology leadership will be a very important part. If you see, India has one of the largest digital infrastructures in the world. So our digital infrastructure is a model for even nations like America to follow. Our fintech platforms, our UPI. So I truly believe there is a massive opportunity to collaborate between India and US, between founders of both the countries, and exchange of technology. There'll be a lot of technology transfer, a lot of US capital to come into India to back technology businesses. At the same time, there will be a very interesting shift, in my opinion, in the US on regularization of cryptocurrency and blockchain. And if that is done under the Trump 2.0 regimen, other nations will have to get their act straight on whether they want to regularize cryptocurrency or blockchain. So I truly believe if as I'm in Davos right now, and artificial intelligence will be the center point of all public policy and the impact that AI will have on nations. So I think that this is one of the most difficult, at the same time, the most opportune time to build businesses in India as well as in the US, and especially in the space of artificial intelligence.
You mentioned cryptocurrency. Do you think Trump 2.0 will be a catalyst for starting some sort of a global framework for crypto?
I don't know the answer to that right now, because first America will have to adopt it at a government scale. So until that happens, I don't think other nations will even think about creating policy around that. But I genuinely think that may not be cryptocurrency, but blockchain as a technology will be a huge will be a huge beneficiary under Trump 2.0. So I think once United States gets their framework clear, other nations will follow the suit.
Okay, what about the Musk factor in India-US ties? Talk to us whether from a business point of view, from a policy framework point of view, from a tech point of view.
So in our interaction, one thing which was very clear was his affinity towards India. If you see some of key leadership positions at all his companies are Indian origin. So I truly believe that versus a China or any other economy, India is a natural partner for United States. And this is going to even further strengthen as if you also see the chemistry between both the leaders, be it our Prime Minister, Honorable Narendra Modi ji, and Donald Trump, they share a very special bond. And I think this is going to even strengthen out. And I truly believe Elon's focus on the government will be a huge push for America, because you will see massive efficiency coming in with the Department of Government Efficiency, which will be led by Elon and Vivek. So I truly believe that this is a very interesting model, which can also be replicated in India, wherein a lot of leaders which are focused on business start taking a larger role in public policy to ensure that we create a holistic, efficient government which focuses on truly creating value for the last man standing.
All right, Ritesh Malik, appreciate you taking out the time to talk to us about the Musk factor, the India-US tech ties, and what really lies ahead. All right, on that note, we slip into a short break. Rolling coverage of Trump takeover continues. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges, from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025.
Kolkata rape and murder convict Sanjay Roy has been sentenced to life in jail by the court. Remember, he was convicted for the gruesome rape and murder of a 31-year-old doctor inside the Arjikar Hospital and Medical College in Kolkata last August. The CBI had demanded death penalty, but the court, while pronouncing the sentence, said it was not rarest of the rare. Meanwhile, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has said that if her government had the case, they would have presented a stronger argument in the court to ensure death penalty.
आज जो संजय का जो दोषी साब्यस्त किया था 18 जनवरी 2025 में, जो आज का सीबीआई का चार्जशीट और ट्रायल का बाद आज जो फांसी का जो सवाल उठा था, फांसी नहीं हुआ, उन लोग को आमृत्यु जो कारावास आमृत्यु जेल उनको हुआ और उसी का साथ साथ फाइन भी हुआ तीनों सेक्शन में। उनको संजय का जो केस है, राष्ट्रों के स्टेट को डायरेक्शन दिया लर्नेड कोर्ट, जो 10 लाख को और 7 लाख एंड 10 लाख मोट 17 लाख उनको फैमिली को क्षतिपूरण, विक्टिम का फैमिली को क्षतिपूरण देने के लिए निर्देश दिया।
আমরা প্রথম দিন থেকেই ফাঁসির দাবি করে এসেছিলাম, কিন্তু আমি জানি না এটা একটা সিরিয়াস কেস এবং এটা নিয়ে ফাঁসি দাবি আমাদের সবার ছিল। সেক্ষেত্রে বিচারের রায় নিয়ে আমি আমার কথা বলতে পারি। আমরা এটাই বলেছিলাম, আমাদের হাতে এই কেসটা থাকলে আমরা কিন্তু অনেক দিন আগেই ফাঁসির অর্ডার দিয়ে দিতে পারতাম, ফাঁসির অর্ডার করে দিতে পারতাম। ডিটেলসটা তো আমি জানি না, ডিটেলসটা তো সিবিআই করছে।
देखिए, फांसी का सजा तो मिलना ही चाहिए संजय राय को, लेकिन हम लोग खुश नहीं है। हम लोग इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन से खुश नहीं है। सीबीआई को सप्लीमेंट्री चार्जशीट देना पड़ेगा। और कौन कौन है संजय राय के साथ थे? आज मुख्यमंत्री का पुलिस, मुख्यमंत्री का प्रशासन, जो सीबीआई बोला कि एविडेंस टैंपर हुआ है, संजय राय को बचाने के लिए टैंपर किया है, ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता। शाम को 6 बजे के बाद पोस्टमार्टम हुआ संजय राय को बचाने के लिए, ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता।
Now updating the Saif Ali Khan stabbing case, the suspect is likely to be taken to the residence of the actor in Bandra to recreate the crime sequence. Remember, the Mumbai police has got 5 days police custody of the accused, Mohammad Shariful Islam Shehzad. The investigation has thrown up few details, especially how the accused got inside Saif Ali Khan's residence. The accused reportedly entered the house through a broken grill in the bathroom window of Saif Ali Khan's son Jahangir's room and escaped the same way.
First, that we're very, very happy that he's recovering well, and we're very thankful, and we feel very blessed and grateful that it wasn't any worse. And thank you for all your wishes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, let's get you some action from the elections in Delhi. Manish Sisodia, the former Deputy Chief Minister, number 2 in the Aam Aadmi Party, has changed his constituency and is going door to door in the new constituency, in fact, of Jangpura. Is Manish Sisodia fighting his toughest battle? I spoke to him earlier. Take a look.
13, 15, 20 अभी हम नेहरू नगर के इलाके में हैं। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर, थैंक यू सो मच। तो ये अभी डोर टू डोर कैंपेनिंग में थे। आज फ़ायदा ये हुआ है कि थोड़ा धूप है तो आसानी से डोर टू डोर कैंपेनिंग हो पा रही है। और मनीष जी को हमने बीच में पकड़ा तो हमने कहा थोड़ा चाय जब वो पियेंगे इतनी देर में हम बात भी कर लेंगे। ये चाय की दुकान ज़रा दिखा दीजिए आप इनको। यहाँ पर ये चाय की दुकान है, बिल्कुल नेहरू नगर अगर आप एंटर करते हैं तो वहीं पर ये सोनू टी स्टॉल है, वहीं पर हम इस वक्त बैठे हुए हैं। पर सर ये बताइए 13, 15, 20 क्या ये मनीष सिसोदिया और आम आदमी पार्टी का सबसे कठिन चुनाव है?
हर चुनाव मुझे तो कठिन ही लगा है और हमने यही मान के लड़ा है कि चुनाव कठिन है, पूरी ताकत से लड़ना है, कहीं भी किसी भी गलतफहमी में नहीं रहना है कि नहीं चिंता मत करो। काम किया है पर लोगों के बीच जाना और वोट मांगना और उनसे डिस्कस करना कि हमारा विजन क्या है, उनकी ज़रूरत क्या है, उसका सॉल्यूशन क्या है, उस सब पे चर्चा करना, वो नहीं करेंगे तो कठिन ही है।
लेकिन लॉट ऑफ पीपल वुड से कि थोड़ा सा जब आप सत्ता में रहते हैं ना, तो एक एडेड फैक्टर आपके खिलाफ काम करना शुरू करता है, वो होता है एंटी इनकम्बेंसी। भाई आप जब लोगों के लिए काम करेंगे तो कुछ लोगों को वो काम पसंद आएंगे, कुछ को नहीं आएंगे, कुछ को लगेगा सरकार हमारी बातें सुन रही है, कुछ को लगेगा नहीं सुन रही है। तो इस बार अब मोटा मोटा 10 साल की 11 साल की एंटी इनकम्बेंसी भी आपके खिलाफ काम कर रही है, तो आपको लगता है कि, और फिर एमसीडी भी इस बार आपके पास थी, तो अब वो नहीं कह सकते कि देखिए एमसीडी बीजेपी की है।
नहीं, वो तो हम ये कूड़े के पहाड़ों को छोड़ के बाकी सब पे तो साफ सफाई से लेके एमसीडी के सारे काम 2015 से हम नहीं कराए हैं। 10,000 किलोमीटर की सड़कें एमसीडी की हमने बनवाई तब जब एमसीडी हमारे पास नहीं थी। तो हमने कभी ये काम में कोताही नहीं की कि एमसीडी हमारे पास नहीं है तो दिल्ली में सड़कें हम नहीं बनवाएंगे एमसीडी वाली। दिल्ली में पीडब्ल्यूडी की तो 1300 किलोमीटर की सड़क है, लेकिन 10,000 किलोमीटर की तो एमसीडी की सड़कें केजरीवाल सरकार के समय में बनी हैं, जो केजरीवाल जी की सरकार ने बनवाई हैं। एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थोड़ा बहुत रहता है निश्चित रूप से, वो तो 4 दिन बाद से लोगों के उसमें शुरू हो जाता है। भाई मैं परसों आपसे मिला था, आपने वो काम नहीं किया या उस पर वो रेस्पॉन्स नहीं दिया। लेकिन एक फ़ायदा ये है कि 10 साल में जब आप काम करते हो ना, ख़ास तौर से स्कूल, अस्पताल, बिजली, पानी, तीर्थ यात्रा, फ्री बस सर्विस, इतने सारे काम केजरीवाल सरकार के समय पे हुए हैं। एक्सीडेंट विक्टिम्स के लिए मदद, हर योजना का बेनिफिशरी कहीं ना कहीं बैठा है। उसकी कहीं कोई छोटी मोटी शिकायत भी है तो उसको कॉन्फिडेंस केजरीवाल जी पे ही है, अपनी शिकायत के प्रति भी, कि मेरी शिकायत होगी तो केजरीवाल जी की सरकार ही ठीक करेगी, ये उसको कॉन्फिडेंस है।
सच्चाई लेते रहिएगा, बेचारे ठंडी हो जाएगी। पर मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीज़ें आपसे बात करने को हैं। पिछली बार जब आप चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया चुनाव लड़ रहे थे। ओहदा बड़ी चीज़ होती है मनीष जी, मतलब एक लोग देखते हैं कि भाई देखिए ये मंत्री जी हैं, इनको वोट देंगे तो हमारा काम जल्दी हो जाएगा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी की तरक्की जल्दी हो जाएगी। इस बार मनीष सिसोदिया उप मुख्यमंत्री नहीं है। मनीष सिसोदिया के जीवन में पिछले 2 साल में ज़बरदस्त उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं, तो उसका फ़ायदा हो रहा है या नुकसान हो रहा है?
नहीं, फ़ायदा नुकसान उसका कुछ मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है ऐसा। मैं जहाँ भी जा रहा हूँ तो इस विधानसभा में, जंगपुरा विधानसभा में, मुझे हर कॉलोनी में कोई ना कोई परिवार, कोई ना कोई बच्चे गली से निकल के ऐसे आ जाते हैं जो कहते हैं जी मैं तो स्कूल में था जब आप आते थे मेरे स्कूल में, मैं पढ़ा हुआ हूँ। या अभी मैं कल किसी स्लम्स में घूम रहा था, वहाँ कोई अपनी लड़की को लेके आया, मतलब उसके घर से आगे निकल गया, बोले जी मेरी तो बेटी डीयू में पढ़ रही है सिर्फ इसलिए क्योंकि आपके स्कूल अच्छे हो गए थे। तो यहाँ के जंगपुरा विधानसभा के स्कूलों में मैंने तब काम किया जब मैं यहाँ से विधायक नहीं था, और हज़ारों हज़ार परिवार ऐसे हैं जिनके बच्चों को अच्छी एजुकेशन मिली है। फिर बात मेरी नहीं है, बात बिजली के बिल 0 आ रहे हैं बहुत घरों में, 24 घंटे बिजली को लोग मानते हैं। लोगों को याद है कि इन्वर्टर का युग खत्म हुआ तो केजरीवाल जी की वजह से खत्म हुआ। तो ये सारी चीज़ें कहीं ना कहीं क्लब होके एक प्लस पॉइंट दे रही हैं।
All right, in our ongoing series, Meet Our MPs, this time it's turn of Gwalior Rajya Sabha MP from the Congress party, who spoke to my colleagues. Ashok Singh spoke about how he entered politics. Listen in.
Well, hello and welcome to our special segment, Meet Our MPs, and today I'm being joined by Ashok Singh, Rajya Sabha MP from Congress party from Madhya Pradesh. बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। आपसे इस सेगमेंट में हम ज़्यादातर सांसदों के बारे में जानते हैं और किस तरीके से उनकी जर्नी रही। आप ग्वालियर से आते हैं, राजनीति में तो आपका काफ़ी लंबे समय तक सफ़र रहा है, लेकिन संसद तक का सफ़र कैसा रहा, ये आप बताइए।
मैंने हमेशा जो है जनता की सेवा करने का प्रयास किया। कांग्रेस पार्टी का मैं एक कार्यकर्ता हूँ और मुझे पार्टी ने ये दायित्व सौंपा है, उसके लिए मैं पार्टी हाईकमान का हमेशा आभारी रहूंगा।
लेकिन जो आपने राजनीतिक जीवन की शुरुआत करी, हम जानते हैं कि बड़े ही जमीनी स्तर से आपने वहां पर राजनीति करी और उसके बाद अब राज्यसभा का सांसद चुन के भेजा है। आप उस पूरी जर्नी को कैसे समाप्त करते हैं?
देखिए, हमारे परिवार ने पूरी तरीके से इसको जन सेवा के तौर पे लिया है और हमारा पूरा प्रयास कोशिश ये रहती है कि हम जनता की सेवा कर सकें और उनके लिए कुछ काम कर सकें, अपने क्षेत्र के लिए काम कर सकें, अपने प्रदेश के लिए काम कर सकें। ये करने का प्रयास करते रहते हैं और पार्टी के लिए भी जो कुछ कर सकते हैं वो करें।
अशोक जी, मध्य प्रदेश के उस क्षेत्र से जहां पर आप आते हैं, अब आप क्योंकि राज्यसभा के सांसद हैं, ग्वालियर के जो सांसद हैं वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी से हैं, लेकिन किस तरीके का विकास, किस तरीके का 5 साल में बदलाव आप देखना चाहते हैं अपने क्षेत्र में जो बदले वहाँ पर?
देखिए, ग्वालियर जो है विकास की दौड़ में थोड़ा पिछड़ा हुआ है, तो उसके लिए हम प्रयास करते हैं कि किस तरह से वहाँ विकास की गति को तेज किया जा सके और वहाँ हमारे क्षेत्र के लोगों को उसका फायदा मिल सके।
चैलेंजेस क्या हैं? मैं अगर आपके क्षेत्र में की बात करूं तो वहां पर क्या कुछ कमी है और सरकार के प्रति, सरकार से क्या कुछ आप मांग करते रहते हैं? क्या कुछ मुद्दे उठाने की कोशिश करते हैं?
लगातार ये मांग करते रहते हैं कि औद्योगिकीकरण तेजी से होना चाहिए, जैसे वहाँ से उस क्षेत्र के युवा है और ग्वालियर चंबल की धरती तो हमेशा वीरों की धरती रही है। वहाँ लोगों को रोजगार मिले, इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन बढ़े, बाकी और रोड्स वगैरह का नेटवर्क बढ़े, जो और भी सुविधाएं हैं वो बढ़े। ये हमारा प्रयास लगातार रहता है और इसके लिए लगातार काम करते रहते हैं।
एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे जानना चाहेंगे क्योंकि काफी सारे युवा हैं जो अब राजनीति में आना चाहते हैं और इस संसद में, लोकसभा में खासतौर पर हमने देखा है काफी युवा चुनकर आए हैं। अगर वो कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन करना चाहें या राजनीति के क्षेत्र में आना चाहें तो आपका क्या संदेश होगा?
मैं तो कहना चाहूँगा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन करे, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी अकेली ऐसी पार्टी है जो देश के सभी लोगों को साथ लेके चलती है, गरीबों की लड़ाई लड़ती रही है, गरीबों स्वतंत्रता के आंदोलन में देश को स्वतंत्र कराने में बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। तो हमेशा मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा युवा से कांग्रेस के साथ जुड़े और राहुल गांधी जी के और आदरणीय प्रियंका गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में आगे इस देश को आगे बढ़ाने का काम करें।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। सो दैट वाज अशोक सिंह, member of parliament from the Rajya Sabha from Madhya Pradesh, from the Congress party, and he had clearly stated to us about the challenges, the role that he had been assigned from the Congress party after being assigned to the Rajya Sabha. This is Ishwar Jain, and you are watching Meet Our MPs on NDTV.
Quick break, news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Well, I'm in Kolkata. This is one of the worst hit areas. When disaster strikes, NDTV World brings you exclusive on-the-ground reports straight from the heart of the action.
A neighborhood in Los Angeles that has been devastated by fire.
I just received an emergency alert extreme which has come on my phone.
Stay tuned for NDTV World's in-depth coverage as we bring you the real stories from Los Angeles.
This is the Altadena area and there are still fires and there's a lot of smoke in the area. These houses completely gutted.
This is reporting that matters only on NDTV World.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story, India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges, from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture.
NDTV special coverage from Davos Economic Forum continues. My colleague Vishnu Shom spoke to Digantara CEO Anurid Sharma. Take a look.
Well, one of the most exciting sectors in India is certainly space. We've all heard about ISRO, but the private sector is also doing really, really well now, and it is up and coming. We've got a very special guest with us. Anirudh Sharma is the founder of Digantara. It's a space startup. They've had an incredibly successful first mission. The Prime Minister has congratulated you. Now, you are the world's first commercial space-based space surveillance mission. What's the mission all about?
So this mission is mostly about tracking of objects in space. To keep it very simple, what we're building is maps, but for space. So it's more or less by tracking every single object in the orbit, we're building a library, and that library is used to build navigation tools for satellite operations.
And just in terms of your interest in this particular sector, the funding must have been difficult. The technology, grasping it and implementing it would have been tough. Tell us some of your biggest challenges.
So firstly, I started this company with no background to space tech. Okay. So this was more of an accident to me while I was working towards building satellite as part of ISRO Student Satellite Launch Program. So we stumbled upon this idea of tracking space objects because one of the satellites that we launched as students was hit by a space debris. That's when we realized space debris problem is big. We should work towards traffic management solutions for space, just like we have air traffic management for aviation industry. We needed a similar solution for space. Given the fact that there are a lot of satellites going up right now, most of it is commercial, there needs a solution for us to track. When it comes to challenges, what I can say is initially it was very difficult for us to find infrastructure where we can build these solutions. Later, we got incubated by the Indian Institute of Science and they invested in us as well. So that was the first step that we did to build credibility as founders in building something for the country and building solutions in space tech ecosystem. The second thing is venture capital funding. So we eventually managed to get funding with Sequoia Capital India, which is now Peak 15 Partners, Kalari Capital, and good people who have invested in our company. Right now, we've launched 3 satellites so far. This is our third one, but first space-based SSA mission.
Right. It has a lot of security ramifications as well. It helps feed into our national security grid. How?
So one of the things that we do apart from tracking of all the space objects is to provide movements on adversary satellites by tracking it. So this is very important from national security standpoint because geopolitically we've seen a lot of wars and a lot of wars are linked to space. So there are satellites that can monitor a certain portion of the country. So we help them understand when a satellite would pass over that region, what would its swath look like, and when would it not pass. So for that, we need intelligence where we track these objects and understand how close are they coming to a particular satellite of ours, or on ground location, where is it right now. So providing insights of adversary satellite movement is something that we do for national security.
The fact that the Prime Minister tweeted about this, that must make you feel really good because he's interested in science. The entire science mission comes under him in a sense. And the public-private partnership which exists, that sense of, let's help each other out, that's important, isn't it?
A lot of things have changed from India perspective in last couple of years. They opened up private space sector and that was a big move. And then we have now InSpace, which is focusing towards building regulatory framework and promoting startups. So which is again a good thing that we have, which we didn't have before. So all of this is going towards the fact that we will have public-private partnership in space sector, and we're already seeing a lot of missions with ISRO where the government of India is looking towards working and also embedding space startups within the projects that they're doing for the country.
Tell us about your team.
We are over 100 people today based in India.
And your age profile must be, 21 or something like that?
26 now.
I wasn't that much off the mark. So you're a bunch, average age profile, 26. You're all, you're all engineers or you're all thinkers. You've got space in your mind. What is the profile of?
Right now we have diverse set of people. The oldest in our team is 76. So he had experience in working with the US government for a very long time. And now he works with us in the US office. In India, we have a lot of ex-ISRO people as well.
That's pretty much my average age, just a joke. But thank you so much for talking to us. And young people like you are an inspiration, not just because of the startup sort of craze or what you're achieving, but also because space has such a future ahead for us. Thank you very much, Anirudh, and good luck with all your ventures. Well, there you have it, Anirudh Sharma, one of the youngest Indian startups over here, not just by age, but it's a very new company. They've got a great future in space. Space is very much, and it's a cliche to say so because it's a Star Trek line, but it is the final frontier. And for India and the technology that we are getting on board, not just from ISRO, but also from private players, the way in which it feeds into a national security grid and how it could actually help spacefaring nations around the world is of great importance. With camera person Rakesh and Kshitij Gupta, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Kind attention, please. Delhi Election Metro 2025 is arriving on People's Platform. Please mind the gap. BJP or AAP, who will get to the Delhi Secretariat station?
दरवाजे बाईं तरफ खुलेंगे.
Who will Delhi voters open the victory doors for? And who will be shown the door? Can the BJP throw AAP's victory run off track? Or will it be Kejriwal's ticket to win again? Can Congress take the election metro to revival? We will track it all for you. Delhi's decision destination.
Doors will open on the left.
Stay tuned to NDTV for mega metro poll coverage.
Well, I'm in Altadena. This is one of the worst hit areas. When disaster strikes, NDTV World brings you exclusive on-the-ground reports straight from the heart of the action.
A neighborhood in Los Angeles that has been devastated by fire.
I just received an emergency alert extreme, which has come on my phone. Stay tuned for NDTV World's in-depth coverage as we bring you the real stories from Los Angeles. This is the Altadena area, and there are still fires and there's a lot of smoke in the area. These houses completely gutted. This is reporting that matters only on NDTV World.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome to the best of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. For 2 decades, NDTV has been a window to the world's greatest thinkers, leaders, Nobel laureates and stars at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
From Bill Gates to Shakira to Randy Zuckerberg to top ministers to what is often the biggest story. India, a global economic powerhouse. Conversations around our greatest challenges from AI to wars to sustainability. Join us, NDTV's Vishnu Shom and me, Neeraj Shah, as we engage with the world's finest. NDTV at Davos from January 20th to January 25th.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Lots lined up this evening, including our special focus on the big world story today, the Trump inauguration. But as that big event plays out, a 26-year-old from Hyderabad is the latest victim of gun violence in the United States. Ravi Teja, who was pursuing his MS, was killed at a Washington, D.C. gas station. Despite sharp criticism from the DMK of his comments on cow urine, IIT Madras director V. Kamakoti defends his statements categorically, says it's not superstition, but there's scientific research and ample evidence to prove medical qualities of Gomutra. Convict in the Kolkata rape and murder case, Sanjay Roy is sentenced to life in jail. CBI had demanded the death penalty, but the Kolkata court concluded it wasn't the rarest of a rare case. Mamata Banerjee makes politics of it, says her police force would have made stronger case for the capital punishment. Well, first up this evening is a disturbing video of an assault on 3 Dalit labourers in Vijaypura district. That video on your screens. The labourers were allegedly being punished for taking extra leave and were beaten on their feet repeatedly with iron rods, even as they were begging for mercy. The incident happened at a bricklin in Vijaypura a few days ago, where the 3 labourers worked. Reports say that the labourers had gone home for the festival season and took a few days extra leave, and that's why they were being punished. The police have arrested 2 of the accused as per reports that are coming in now. And after that video on your screens went viral, there were political reactions, including from the Chief Minister and Minister in charge of Vijaypura district. They were sure tough action will be taken against the accused. My colleague Nihal Kidwai joins us for the latest on this. Nihal, tell us what you're hearing from the police and in terms of whether this is being seen in the realm of atrocities against scheduled castes and scheduled tribes.
I spoke to one of the senior police officers, and around 11 a.m. when this video clip had surfaced, at that point of time, police teams were not sure that in which part of Vijaypura it had happened, but later they came to know that it had happened in the rural area of Vijaypura, Sadangi, and after that they registered a case and they started to search for the accused persons. What we came to know that 5 people were on the police radar. 3 of them have been arrested. The superintendent of police of Vijaypura said that strict action would be taken against those who are responsible for this. These 3 laborers are from the scheduled caste community. But what we have come to know that those who are attacking them, they are from the scheduled tribe community. That is why the Dalit atrocity case has not been registered. This is what we have come to know. This is what a senior police officer told me. But across all party lines, all politicians want that strict action should be taken against those who are responsible for this, because in a civilized society this kind of action is not allowed, is not acceptable, because these laborers had gone for leave on Sankranti, and normally it happens that because they met their family members and they stayed there, they overstayed there, they returned back to their work after a couple of days, and after that the owner of this brick manufacturing firm and his relatives started beating them brutally. They are being given treatment at the Vijaypura hospital. They are out of danger and their health condition is improving.
Right, they will take a long time to recover from those injuries, both psychologically as well as physically. Thanks very much there, Nihal Kidwai. Remember, without the video, incidents like these rarely get noticed. It's part of ongoing things and realities of certain places like that Vijaypura Bricklin. Now to the controversy over cow urine sparked off by IIT Madras director V. Kamakoti. Dismissing the sharp reactions and criticisms from the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu to his comments that cow urine has medicinal properties, Mr. Kamakoti strongly defended his remarks. He told NDTV there is scientific proof to back his statement and even a patent. The DMK had hit out at the director and alleged that he was spreading superstition without scientific evidence. V. Kamakoti spoke exclusively to NDTV's Sam Daniel.
Professor, your comments on Gomutra, cow urine, endorsing the medical properties has triggered a kind of a debate. Many say the IIT Madras director ought to propagate a scientific temper, but he's spreading superstition, as many call it.
So this was basically a forum where we are to talk about science and cow, right? So I think overall the feel is that there is no strong experimental or scientific evidence for it. So what I'll do, I will give you a set of 5 papers, right? Very nicely written papers. It's from Nature, some of the top journals in US. And also I'll also give you one paper from NIH, the National Institute of Health, which has demonstrated scientifically, full experimental scientifically, the antifungal, antibacterial and anti-inflammatory progress of this. And there's also a very interesting US patent. Just study that and then you can...
So what you say has a scientific evidence-based backing?
Yes. So there are some papers. I'll hand it over. I think I have some printout. I'll just hand it over.
It's not superstition or faith-based.
Whatever comment I made about antifungal, antibacterial and inflammatory, that is scientific base. There are at least 5 papers. I can give you 5 papers in the patent.
They proved the medical properties of cow urine?
Medical property, and it has got published in some of the top journals in US.
Well, science in the midst of politics. But moving on now to our special focus this evening. As the world gears up for the inauguration of Donald Trump back into the Oval Office, what does the Trump presidency mean for India's IT, tech and startup ecosystem? Issues like H-1B visas, flow of investment for startups, ease of business, on top of minds for the businesses that drive the economy, especially in cities like Bengaluru, Hyderabad and Chennai in the south, which have a very, very strong US connect. Well, what to expect? Joining me this evening, a fascinating panel of voices from the VC and startup ecosystem in Bengaluru. Naganand Doraiswamy, Venkrishnan, both US citizens, close ties to the US. Shrikant Iyer, CEO of Homelane as well. Thanks to all 3 of you for joining me here this evening. But before I get to the 3 of you, let me also go across first to Jessica Stone of the Voice of America, who is joining us live from Washington, D.C. Jessica, thanks very much for joining us as the world is set for that inauguration. The H-1B visa conversation is being very closely watched here in India. It's one where President Trump has to balance between the tech voices like Musk and the MAGA voices like Bannon.
Very true. And, this whole immigration debate is one where polling suggests that Americans do support high-skilled immigration into this country, but do not support people coming here without the proper paperwork and without waiting in the proper lines. And so that balancing act, in order to be true to the American people who elected him, is really going to be what is the value that these immigrants bring to the American labor force? Is it ingenuity? Is it innovation? Is it manual labor? And how is everyone getting here? This H-1B conversation has long been had between the U.S. and India. And I recall when the Prime Minister Modi came last year for the state dinner event, they did expand some H-1B visas. But it's a hard argument to make and expand those quotas. Not a hard argument to make, I should say, but it is difficult to go through that rulemaking process and expand the quotas. Having said that, I think there is buy-in, particularly in light of what's going on with the Chinese economy and the pressures that are likely to take place with tariffs and with the influx of Chinese goods here in the United States, to expand the immigration policy towards H-1B visa holders. We'll have to see exactly when that happens. We don't anticipate H-1B visas to be touched today with the executive orders coming out of the Trump White House, but we do expect a lot of immigration executive orders, particularly pertaining to the safety at the southern border and the asylum system that we have here in the United States.
That's right. The priorities of Washington, D.C. very different from the priorities of Bengaluru. But very quickly, before I let you go, all set for that big inauguration there?
All set, but you wouldn't know it. It's as quiet as a mouse here in Washington. Outside the Capitol, you can see back behind me the American flags on the West Front Capitol. That is where all of it was due to take place this morning at around 11 o'clock with the swearing in of Vice President J.D. Vance and President Donald Trump. It is, in fact, going to be under that dome behind me instead, so much quieter on the outside, and no real place for people to watch the proceedings, except for at the Capitol Arena, which is a couple of miles west of here in Chinatown. That is where people can have a viewing party, or in their hotel room, or at a local bar or pub, but certainly not the kinds of numbers we expected to see on the National Mall. 250,000 people have tickets to this event, and they will not be able to use them.
Nice blue skies, clear blue skies behind you. We can see there. Thanks very much, Jessica Stone, for those thoughts there from Washington, D.C. We'll try and come back to you later when the action picks up there. But going back to my panel here this evening, Naganand Doreswamy, Venk Krishnan, and Shrikant Iyer. Nag, you've spent many years in the US yourself. You, Venk, are people who went on H-1B visas. Is there still a bit of worry and concern over how this is going to play out? Or over the last month, the kind of voices you've heard, does it give you more certainty on the road ahead?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of speculation. So it's hard to say which way it's going to go, because on one side, they have said anybody graduating with a master's should get a state H1. On the other side, they're saying H1 should be stopped. And there's a lot of chaos inside the administration itself. So I don't expect day one too many changes to your previous speaker's point. But it'll be an interesting watch. I think there will be some upheaval in this space, but I'm hoping overall, that immigration is fairly important to the US. So I think you will see H1Bs being issued to the right people. In what form, shape, I think time will tell. So we're so close. We'll wait for a couple of hours to see if there's any executive orders that will be passed. If it is, we'll watch what it is. Otherwise, I think it'll be a process, because these things have been discussed in the Senate and the House for long periods of time. So I would rather say let's wait and watch to see what happens.
Right. Shrikant Iyer, let's not just restrict the conversation to H-1B. What would you be the other areas of concerns? You had spoken to us earlier when after President Trump was president-elect and he won that election. Over the last month, the kind of indications you've been picking up, what do you think it's going to do largely for the startup ecosystem in India?
So I believe that overall, it's going to be positive for the startup ecosystem in India, because Trump is pro-tech. He's got the right kind of advisors who are also pro-tech. And I think overall he's going to be positive. But having said that, I think there are going to be 2-3 implications, in my opinion. One is he's going to set tariffs right. He's come on a plank where he has said that the tariffs are not okay with many countries. That includes India. I think he'll probably take it up from the descending order of where it's not right, which I think would be Canada, Mexico, and China, where they have the maximum imbalance. And India would probably be much lower in this one. So the bad news is, yeah, he's definitely going to try and set it right. The good news is it's not going to happen in a hurry, because there are bigger problems that he has to deal with initially. I think IT, if you see the stocks from when he got elected and now, it's actually gone up by about 8-9% in the index BSE. And that's a good indication, despite the fact that everybody knows H1B is going to be an issue. I believe personally that he's actually going to go a little more conservative, because again, that's on the plank on which he's gotten elected. I don't know whether he can take the risk of actually becoming more aggressive on giving H1Bs because the plank has been on a conservative plank that he's gotten elected. So these are a few of the thoughts that I think going to play out over the next, few months.
Yeah, you're making an important point there, but as you're making that point, we have those live pictures coming in from Washington DC just for the benefit of our viewers there. That's President Trump going into a church there. Venk, you've followed the US very closely. Quickly, what would be your key areas of focus in the first 1 month of the Trump presidency? And I don't want the view from Washington DC or Silicon Valley, but the view from Bengaluru, Namma-Uru.
Yeah, I think, I kind of agree with Naga. I think even though there is so much of talk about H1B visas and visas, but I think if history is any judge, right, I've seen this debate about H1B right from the early 90s, right, where people talk. But I think it has always been positive for India, especially because of the fact that India produces the maximum number of STEM graduates, right, in the world, and even the H1B visa, we use them the fastest, and we are the largest user of that. So I think, and the fact that Trump is a businessman at heart, right, and he is going to do what is good for the business, and H1B graduates or H1B visa holders have really contributed positively to the US economy if you look at history. So I think even Trump made a statement saying that, he has used H1B visas, even though there was a debate on that. So I think I feel it's very positive because from a technical point of view, we produce the largest number of, technology people. And I think every industry, if you look at any of the big tech or Mac tech, which is the Mag 7, they are all users of the visa, and India is the biggest beneficiary for that.
Right, let's leave business aside for a moment. I just want my panel to stay on because the issue of gun violence and Indian students getting killed is one of grave concern. Remember, Venk and Nag have kids in the US as well. 26-year-old Ravi Teja from Hyderabad, who was pursuing his MS in the US, was shot dead at a gas station in the Washington DC area. Ravi is the latest victim in a long list of Indian students and others who have lost their lives to gun violence. Uma Sudhir has this very brief report. Let's listen into it before we get to the panel again.
So 26-year-old Ravi Teja had gone in 2022 to pursue his master's degree in the US, and he has completed his degree, and we are told that he was looking for a job and going on job trials.